Hello. Okay, perfect. Wow. That I think that was the best intro of a stream that I've ever done. Like ever. Um I think I've ever like that went off without a hitch, didn't it? Maybe I'm getting better at this and I just didn't realize it. Um I need to give myself more credit. Now that I think about it, I just thought of something and it is not related to this stream, but you think about new things every day. Hey, so welcome to the stream. My name is Wabbit. I am thinking about several things at the same time. Um, completely by accident. Um, too much, Um, but related to the stream, right? Um, I need to filter my thoughts. Um, there's been a lot that's been happening within the video game industry. I recently, not like recently, but like fairly recently, I came across Jason Schaefer's YouTube channel. I wish I had a better introduction um, for him right now. You could probably Google him right now. I think he's working for Bloomberg. I think he does. He for Bloomberg, he does the type of news like that's it within the gaming space, and his takes on. And he also writes a lot of like relatively informed business related articles about what's happening in the video game space. And actually, I like the type of um, content that he releases. It also comes with a different perspective, but like it's an important perspective. Like he will go into detail about like, for example, everybody's heard about like recently. If you haven't already, PlayStation has announced that it is ending the sale and distribution of physical discs in I think 2027, right? And he gives a relatively um, he gives a take on like why that is the way it is, why the decisions are why they're doing it. And they're pretty level headed in this space where like so much is it's like, at least it seems level headed. It's the best level headed take that I've seen about the topic. And in this space, in this social media sensational eyes area, I recently actually saw news. What am I trying to say? I recently saw a news segment on the news today, right? And it was from like a local news station, right? I was just passing by, and it was about politics. I'm not going to go into like the exact headline that it was, but it just seemed so sensational. It seemed so sensational. It came out of like Fox News or something like that. But it was on like my local news station. So like I just thought that was a little bit the way it came off. I just thought it was just like a little bit gross because I knew about like um, what the news story actually was before I heard it from the news, and then I was just like, man, really, you know, um, given my understanding of the situation. Um, so yeah, so I'm nowadays I am just really putting more emphasis and value on like level headed takes and like some people say you know objectivity, it's impossible, yada 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 yada. That might be, but you should still try to strive for it. And I just don't like, you know, um, I need to be able to like form my own opinion about stuff when it comes out. So, anyways, back to gaming news. Didn't mean to go off on that completely unrelated little thing tangent there. But yeah, Jason Schaefer. Um, I'm gonna go through a couple of like the videos that he's recently released over the past week about what's happening within the gaming industry. They're pretty level-headed takes. Um, he does them all in one shot, which is nice. I think he's a good channel to like follow, you know, and like form your own opinion about what's been happening in the gaming industry, because it's really important what's been happening in the Western gaming industry. You know, a lot of people are getting laid off. Some certain people in the business space over over did a little the decision making was a bit off, and now you know the consequences of that decision making has been they're being brought to bear. You know, nobody could have. Well, the big tech industry, whether it's crypto or AI, um, has really made a clusterfuck of everything that's been happening. I think like whatever happens moving forward in terms of like I was thinking about it today. I think whatever happens moving forward is going to be a little bit unpredictable and a little bit drastic than what people are usually used to in terms of like um you know, for example, like council generations. It would be interesting to see if we have another council generation, and like we already technically do, like with the Switch 2, right? So the PS6 is coming, right? The GTA 6 is coming out, but it would be really interesting to see like what happens after this, despite the fact that everything so much um, has happened that has made, I think, I think a lot of there's a lot of marketing speak around this situation, and I just want to see like how much of it, like it just seems like things are getting worse. But I want to know the like reality of the situation, if that makes sense. It'll be interesting to see how things go. So yeah, I'm gonna stop talking because I need to stop talking because I can go on. I think I'm just discovering that I could possibly go on forever, but whatever, you know. I mean, that's just me, you know.
After several weeks of rumors, we are finally seeing what is actually going to happen at Xbox today and over the next few months. Asha Sharma wrote an email. Asha Sharma, CEO of Xbox, wrote an email to staff this morning saying that she is planning to cut 3,200 jobs, 1,600 cut today, Monday, July 6th, and another 1,600 over the next few months. She is also divesting from 4 studios and planning to divest from a 5th. She, under Xbox is going to sell Ninja Theory, the makers of Hellblade and the upcoming game Senua, and Undead Labs, the makers of State of Decay and the upcoming State of Decay 3. Both of those games were just showed off at their summer showcase a few weeks ago. And 2 other studios are going to spin out and become independent. Double Fine, makers of Psychonauts and Keeper and Kiln and the phenomenal documentary Psych Odyssey, and Compulsion Games, makers of We Happy Few and South of Midnight. Those 2 are going to spin off and become privately.
I need to beat We Happy Few, and I need to get South of Midnight. I also need to get the book that he has in the background. I see that he has 2 copies of Play Nice. It's on a wish list that I have, and I still haven't picked it up yet. I've been meaning to pick it up. Yeah.
Owned independent studios that are now owned by their management. Xbox, as a result of this, is going to give those 2 studios back the rights to their IP, as well as some runway to help them get going as they go independent. Xbox is also saying that they plan to keep working on and finish Senua and State of Decay 3. As for the 5th is Arcane, as had been rumored. Xbox is planning to do something with Arcane, but because of stringent French labor laws, that could not happen right away. And so Xbox is entering the process that's called consultation, where essentially they have a conversation with the council, the work council at Arcane, saying, hey, let's review our strategic options. Are you going to sell? Are we going to sell you? Or are you going to spin out? What is the future going to look like? That future will likely involve the studio continuing to work on their game, Blade, but it will not be part of Xbox anymore. You might have seen a lot of rumors over the last couple of weeks about various studios being on the chopping block. This is what is actually happening. And if you have read Bloomberg, I mean, we have reported on a lot of this. We reported a few weeks ago that Compulsion and Double Fine and Ninja Theory were in negotiations with Xbox. And there's an important distinction here. There has been a lot.
Crazy. It's crazy to see that, like, Double Fine of all places is oh, another game that I need to pick up is Psychonauts 2. I was literally having a conversation today, and I thought to myself, I need to replay Psychonauts because I need to like replay the segments of that game where it talks about like psychological baggage.
A lot of stories out there, a lot of reports, a lot of videos, whatever, that these studios had been closed. That was not true, and I tried to make it clear on YouTube, on Reddit, on Reddit, on Bloomberg that those studios were not closed. Nothing had actually happened yet. They were in negotiations to avoid closure, ideally by either spinning out or selling, which is what happened. There are also going to be major job cuts across the entire organization. Xbox Game Studios is going to see big cuts. ZeniMax is going to see big cuts. Activision Blizzard is going to see some cuts, although fewer than ZeniMax and XGS. So let's go through it. I'm gonna read a couple of lines from Asha Sharma to try to understand why this is happening and how this is all happening. Some pretty candid language in Asha's email to staff this morning and Sharma's email to staff this morning. Quote, "Our business today is not healthy. We are operating at margins that are 3 to 10 times lower than comparable platform and publishing businesses." Going to skip over a little bit. We must reset Xbox. She talks a little bit about the previous strategy under former regime, under Phil Spencer, who since 2018 has been buying up all these studios. And she writes that we have learned that we are not the best home for every type of studio. In a typical year, we lost 64 cents for every dollar we invested. She talks about how Xbox is not the best place for all of these independent games.
It's so sad. It's so sad because, like, I don't know if you remember, like PC Game Pass was literally like the best deal that you could get. It was kind of like the Netflix of gaming. If you had it, and it was a really good deal. Like, I don't understand how like they weren't more people. I kind of understand actually how they weren't more people that weren't prescribed to PC Game Pass than they actually were. They just wasn't enough growth. Damn. It's crazy what's happening over there. That it just didn't work out. You know, I hate the state of the economy right now. I really do.
Game studios to be homes. It's not the best home for them, and instead they're going to.
We kind of already knew that Microsoft wasn't the best home for the studios, but those are one of those things where it's kind of like, stay positive, and it just didn't work out. So it's very unfortunate.
Quote, help independent creators succeed by providing open development tools and audiences to realize their vision. There's also some other various restructuring that she mentions. Mo Yang and King are going to report directly to Asha Sharma. She talks a lot about the platform teams being too big and bloated with management layers, and they're going to be doing a lot of cuts there. ZeniMax, as I mentioned, is going to be impacted pretty significantly. They're going to be restructured to a franchise-first model. They're basically going to be focusing on their biggest franchises, which you might have seen rumors about it just being Fallout and Elder Scrolls. That also is not true. A lot of the rumors have not been true. They are going to focus on Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Quake, Wolfenstein, and Doom. So all 5 of those franchises are going to be a big focus for ZeniMax moving forward. There's some other kind of operational changes.
What are they going to do with Quake? I know what they're going to do with Wolfenstein. They have to find one another Wolfenstein. But what are they going to do with Quake? That's interesting.
People changes. I won't get into all the specific details. And she writes, I'm going to quote again, "These changes are about a bigger future for Xbox, not a smaller one." Skipping over a couple lines. "This year we'll invest as much in Xbox as we ever have, but we'll invest with greater focus, greater discipline, and greater clarity, all in service of making Xbox where the world plays and creates." Yada, 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 more corporate stuff. She wants Xbox to reach 1 billion players per day. So what does all this mean? How do we get here? So how do we get here? I answered that in a previous video. I'll throw that in the show notes. And by the way, all of my coverage on this is also going to be on Bloomberg, so make sure you check that. I'll provide links in the show notes as well. Make sure you click on that story and read the story that I published on Bloomberg this morning about what is going on at Xbox. Short version of how we got here is that Phil Spencer doubled down on Game Pass, which is Xbox's version of Netflix for video games, their catalog service where you pay a monthly fee and you get access to a bunch of video games as part of that. And in order to bolster that lineup and see continued growth, he went on a shopping spree and bought a bunch of these studios, including the 4 that are getting divested and also ZeniMax, the publisher behind Arcane. And he wanted to add all of those games to Game Pass and then went on to buy Activision and add Call of Duty to Game Pass. That strategy did not pay off, and Game Pass did not grow to the expected at the expected rate. Game Pass plateaued, did not see the growth that he wanted. He wanted it to reach 100 million users. Instead, it capped out around 35 million users, according to estimates. They stopped revealing exactly how many people were subscribed to Game Pass, which, as I mentioned before, usually when a company doesn't reveal numbers anymore, that is a bad sign. And of course, this is all coming amidst a landscape where the Xbox hardware has been in decline, has been struggling a lot over the last decade, and that is before this current chip crisis that has led to just complete devastation, a cataclysmic chip crisis thanks to AI, where hardware prices are skyrocketing, availability is becoming a serious problem, and as Asha Sharma said in a previous note, not today but a few weeks ago, they are expecting to pay in 2027 5 times as much for memory and storage as they did in 2024. 5 times as much for memory and storage. That is pretty bonkers. So this is a pretty crazy time. The one thing that is worth noting about this announcement that I think is particularly interesting, an interesting decision, I'll say that much, is that there are 32 jobs being cut in Xbox, but only 1,600 of them are being cut today. The other 1,600 include the studios that are being divested from, and also jobs that are going to be eliminated over the next 12 months, over the rest of the fiscal year. In other news, in other words, if you are still at Xbox or if you are still in one of these orgs and you are not laid off today, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if you're going to be part of that next wave of layoffs that is going to happen over the next few months, which is a really difficult position to be in. It is really tough to be working on any part of any organization, let alone creative endeavors. It's really hard to make great art, to make great games when you're constantly worried about losing your job.
I'm pretty sure I mispronounced his last name in the beginning of the video. Please forgive me. I'm pretty sure somebody out there is going to correct me. I do it all the time. I'm not perfect. It's something I just realized is bothering me now. I apologize.
It's really hard to put your all in and be willing to put in maybe extra hours.
It's literally something I do all the time.
Or put in all of your energy into something.
It's not intentional.
Without knowing if you're still going to have a job next month or next week. So that is going to be hanging over a lot of people in the coming weeks and months. And then, of course, we have 1,600 jobs being lost today all across the organization. So that 3,200 comprises about 20% of Xbox. Xbox was about 16,000 employees. They are now going down to about, let's call it 12,800, something like that. Still a big organization, but getting significantly smaller. And this is an organization that had gotten huge, largely due to this spending spree that the previous regime went on. Activision Blizzard alone was, I believe, close to 9,000 people that were added to this organization back when that deal closed a few years ago. So what does this mean for the future? Well, clearly Xbox is not going to be in the business of making independent style games anymore. Games like what Double Fine makes, what Compulsion makes, and clearly they are not that interested in single A, triple, double A, whatever you want to call it, that kind of middle tier of games that has not really led to big results for them, and it has not led to growth, even though it has led to some critical acclaim. Last year's Keeper from Double Fine was nominated for some awards, won some awards, didn't get the most like top rave reviews from critics. I thought it was pretty cool as kind of an interactive piece of art. but was generally liked and acclaimed, I would say. South of Midnight, same thing. Again, not universally acclaimed by every single critic. You look at that Metacritic score; it's not in the 90+ range or anything like that, but it won some awards and was well received. I think it was one of those games where, like, if you like, people who loved it really loved it. It really spoke to them, which I think is an interesting. Like, I think that's a good thing for art to be a little bit polarizing and maybe not appeal to everybody, but to appeal very much to the people who it really speaks to.
I thought that's what
so that stuff is not going to happen anymore.
Yeah.
We are going to see a pivot to focus on.
I mean, I played. We have Happy Few. I need to sit down and play Contrast, but you know, Compulsion. Yeah, Compulsion Studios doesn't seem like the type of studio that is lacking in talent. You know, I've seen the type of games that they're interested in looking to make, and I think, you know, whatever they make, it's a bright future for them. They've done a pretty good job.
Some of the biggest franchises. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to be making new things, and they are incubating some new IPs. Most notably, one that comes to mind that I think they have been pretty public about is that Activision has a game in development that is under a studio called Elsewhere in Poland. I believe a lot of it is ex-CD Projekt Red people, and they've said that it is an unannounced new IP RPG that they are working on. So Xbox still is investing in some new IP. It's just they are not going to invest in that kind of independent AA model anymore. They're focusing on big franchises, and that's what we're seeing, especially at ZeniMax, where we're going to see a really big overhaul. And I wouldn't be surprised if they start focusing more on trying to get more Fallout games out on a more regular cadence, trying to get more Elder Scroll games out on a more regular cadence, because those are two franchises that are humongous, but have not really been what executives like to call, quote, exploited in the way that, I don't know, an Activision or another studio might use them, might exploit them. And I mean, I think any kind of objective observer might look at something like Fallout and say, wait a minute, there hasn't been a new single-player Fallout game since 2015. There hasn't been any new Fallout game since 2018, despite this hit show on Amazon that has been going for the last couple of years. What is going on here? Obviously, there's this reported remaster that's going to hit at some point in the near future, but aside from that, the lack of new Fallout games, I think, is pretty striking, and it makes sense that they would want to invest in more of that stuff, focus more on these big franchises. Worth noting once again that despite rumors you might have seen on the internet, Xbox still is investing in Doom and Wolfenstein and Quake, so it is not just Fallout and Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls, of course, that is Elder Scrolls 6 is the next big game from Bethesda Game Studios. Don't expect to see that for a little while still. I think they've been very clear about that, but that is another one that they are seeing as a big bet moving forward. The other big part of this is Minecraft. So what's happening with Minecraft is interesting. So Minecraft, as I mentioned, the studio behind Minecraft, Mojang, is going to be reporting directly to Asha Sharma, and it seems like Xbox wants to invest more in the Minecraft ecosystem. Minecraft has been extremely successful, by far the most successful of the acquisitions that the Xbox regime has made over the last 15 years. Minecraft and Mojang was actually the first one. They bought Minecraft in 2014. It was one of the...
I didn't realize like just how big Minecraft was until like I got an idea how big Minecraft was, but I didn't realize just how extraordinarily big Minecraft was until I watched this video. I don't know. It's
first
good,
moves done under the Phil Spencer regime after he took over. I believe they bought it for around $2.5 billion, which was a steal in retrospect, because that game has continued to perform extremely well and make a lot of money for the company.
Like Minecraft and Roblox has really captured like the zeitgeist, and I think a lot of what's been happening lately is also chasing that. Like I think certain company, I think Roblox and Microsoft, they're not called Unreal. Epic Games, Epic Games has been chasing that zeitgeist to like. I think they just want a claim on that part of the culture. Um, in the same way that like Xbox and Activision had a claim on shooters with Call of Duty and with Halo for a very long time. I think that's the rabbit that they're trying to catch. Um, just to get an idea. Um, yeah. So
Company over the last few years. Plus, it's got its own movie tie-in, which also made $1 billion at the box office, and there's a sequel coming. So huge franchise. I wouldn't be shocked if we see Xbox start looking at Minecraft as its own version of Roblox and invest in that to try to create its own sort of platform, its own sort of ecosystem to take on something like Roblox. I don't know how feasible it is to start adding game creation tools in something like Minecraft, which is essentially, if you're not familiar, I imagine most people are, but Minecraft is digital Legos. It has some interesting kind of mechanisms that you can play around with. It has computers that you can build. People have done all sorts of crazy stuff using the computer system, built-in computer system within Minecraft over the years. I don't know how feasible it would be to turn that into a game making system, but that could be what they are trying to do. I don't know if that's specifically what they're going to try to do, but what they are definitely doing is investing more in it as a platform, which is why Mojang is going to report directly to Asha Sharma rather than having that layer of middle management. Previously, I believe they had reported to Matt Booty, who then reported to Asha Sharma. Now they're cutting other people out of that equation, cutting the studio's chief out of that equation. Worth noting, by the way, Matt Booty is not mentioned in Asha Sharma's email today, although there are a couple other people mentioned. She mentions that a woman named Helen Chang, who actually ran Mojang for a while, is being promoted to the chief operating officer at Xbox and given a bunch of new responsibilities overseeing P&Ls, etc. Another thing that they're mentioning, I mentioned, by the way, King is also going to report directly to Asha Sharma. Candy Crush, I think they also view as a platform that has its own kind of like potentials for for the future and future investment. And
what's the last time we heard about Candy Crush? That's crazy. Is that gonna? No, I'm just gonna say it.
Whatnot. Again, I think that a lot of this is about investing more in the biggest platforms and the biggest franchises. One other thing I think is worth noting as part of this, and trust,
I don't think anybody's been able to capture the rabbit that is the mobile gaming market because there's so much gotcha, not gotcha, but you know what I mean. The grossest thing about the mobile market is that like it's full of games that like just wants to suck money out of you, akin to gotcha, and it's just like, and I know people play those games, and I just can't bring myself to do it. Like I'm just not made of money, bro. Like,
trust me, there will be more to say in the future as we see how this all unfolds.
I'll watch other people play those games. I'll watch it. I just won't partake in it. You know, I'll watch it just to like. There are reasons. I can't describe them to you right now. There is some stuff that like I can get out of it. But like, there's a lot of things that like if you know what's there, what's there, and what's vapid, then like that. That's what I do. You know.
As more information comes out, as more reporting comes out, is that I'm going to read something. Asha Sharma writes in this memo, quote, as Xbox grew our headcount, we became more fragmented. Teams, studios, and functions often operate independently, and it became harder to work towards a shared goal, make the right trade-offs, and get things done. Essentially, what happened under Phil Spencer is that the studios that were purchased, a lot of them became what
An easy example of what I just said was I was watching a stream, and there was a quest in a gacha game, and the quest was like it's like a kung fu themed gacha game, and there was a quest where there was a bear hitting a tree, and the quest was like, oh, the way the bear is hitting the tree, it knows kung fu, and like the way the bear was gesturing, it did seem like the bear was doing like a kung fu move. And then after after I guess you learned from the bear based on what it was doing, trying to get the honey for the tree or whatever, like you had to fight the bear, and then the most hilarious thing happened to the bear. Like the bear, the character that you played, like threw the bear. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen, but it was also original, and I've never seen anything like that. And I was just like, oh god, I can't believe that. And so, yeah, despite the fact that it was a gotcha game, like I got something out of it. Like I was just like, yeah, okay. You
What was
know,
known as limited integration studios. In other words, they were given a lot of autonomy to make their own decisions, decide what projects they wanted to make. They still had to go through a greenlighting process with the rest of Xbox, but they got a lot of power to just kind of run their businesses in the way they saw fit. They didn't want to change their cultures. You buy a company like Double Fine, you buy it because you want what Double Fine does, not because you want to integrate Double Fine into some Xbox Borg and change its culture and whatnot. It looks like that is going to change. And part of what Asha Sharma is aiming for here is more centralization, less independent, less autonomy among studios, more kind of central businesses, more quote unquote accountability, more decisions that do have to go through the overall chain and ultimately lead up to Asha Sharma and her leadership team. And I suspect that that will lead to some a very different sort of Xbox. It remains to be seen, and we'll see in the coming months and years what that ultimately means for that their ability to release hit games and make an organization that people want to work for. But that's what the new strategy is. One final thought: it's clear that something needed to change at Xbox. Xbox was not headed in the right direction. Xbox was a struggling business. It was not attaining the growth that it needs in order to succeed under a company like Microsoft. This is the big swing, the first of the big swings, the big reset, as Asha Sharma calls it. And I think no matter what you might see on the internet, whether it's people celebrating or doom and gloom, I think the actual reality here is we do not know how this is going to play out in the medium to long-term future. We do not know what this is going to look like for Xbox's ability to make games and sell hardware and reach people and make players happy. I think that it would certainly they certainly could use some more hit games, and if it leads to that, I think players will eventually get to celebrate. But right now we do not know. The only thing we do know is that a lot of people are losing their jobs. They're heading into a market that is extremely tumultuous and extremely difficult to find work in, and it is going to be a really difficult time for 1,600 people today and another 1,600 over the coming months as we enter Microsoft's next fiscal year. So I guess I will ask one thing, which is that out there, just do have a little bit of empathy for the people who are losing their jobs and are entering a market where it has been very difficult to continue to find work in gaming, even as much as you might want to. All right, there will be more to come. Make sure you check out my work on Bloomberg and check out the previous video I did. I'll link that in the show notes if you want to see if you want to know more about how we got here and how Xbox got to this point. I will see you next time.
Yeah, we're gonna watch one more video. I don't want to watch this entire channel. He has a channel, just go follow it. And watch. It's a really good channel, actually. Once upon a time, when I was young, and the majority of people around the planet right now weren't born, people didn't take gaming very seriously, and this is a gaming as an avenue to go into very seriously. And the way Microsoft is treating gaming and Xbox now as such a major investment, some people are going to be like, well, this isn't a fruitful conversation to bring up. I'm bringing it up anyways. The way Microsoft is handling it now is very serious. They're actually bringing in Asha. I feel like what they did with Asha is that they brought somebody. I have a feeling what they were trying to do with Asha. I forget what the CEO of Microsoft's name is. What they were trying to do with Asha is that they brought in somebody with a complete that knew nothing about gaming, but knew how to run a successful business, and so they took somebody who had no knowledge of it, and they need to bring it in to save Xbox. That's the like, looking back at it now, that's the feeling that I get. Unfortunately, it sounds kind of crude and cruel to say that, because like a lot of people are losing their jobs, and the decision does come with a certain implication that, if you really think about it, that like there needs to be an adult in the room to save Xbox from itself. And I think I think that's what I was really thinking about this. I was like, there's no way they're just throwing away Xbox. Like, even if I saw somebody, like a random YouTuber made the implication, like nothing really to shout out about. A random YouTuber was like, they should just sell Xbox hardware. And I was like, I don't know if that's the decision that they're thinking about making, but I think the decision that they are making is actually trying to salvage Xbox in any way, shape, and possible, because not salvaging Xbox would mean losing a lot more growth potential that they didn't even consider before. That's why I bring up the thing about, like, once upon a time when no one was born, nobody gave a shit about PC gaming, and that's why, like, it was important that Doom existed. That's why I bring that up. Like, they're trying to save this thing, but they took such a drastic decision to grab somebody from AI. That's where she comes from. And like try to save it. And she's and because another decision what she did is that she killed Copilot for gaming, which was a good decision. I'm pretty sure there are people out there that may not have agreed with that decision, but if you understand gaming, then you understand that like Copilot being in Xbox was not a good idea. But like she's not doing this. I don't think they're doing this because I don't think they're doing this I don't think they're trying to move forward with this and make unwise decisions. I think they're trying to save Xbox from itself, because it's not like Phil's decision to do PC game, like Xbox Game Pass, the way he did, came from a position where he was just trying to get as many people as possible into gaming more and more and more and more. So he was, in his head, he was probably like, that's a win-win, right? So it just wasn't wise in the long run. I wouldn't want to be too hard on him on that decision. I just think that I think whatever happens, Xbox is going to be saved. I just don't know how it's going to look like, because I don't have the numbers in front of me. That's her job, right? But I think that's what actually happened.
You go to any party, you go to any bar, there's going to be...
Oh, yeah. We're going to watch that later.
One Take Schreier here. First of all, before we get started on what unfortunately will be a bleak video today, I just want to say up front, I've been getting a few emails from companies who want to do sponsorships on this channel. I've never actually, over the course of my career, which is now approaching 20 years, covering the video game industry and being a journalist, I've never actually done any ad reads, and my goal in life is to never have to do one, is to have that trend continue. So if you are a company looking to do a
I actually understand why he's doing this. No comment. Because if I comment on it, it's going to throw shade on another creator, and I don't want to do
sponsorship with me, you should know that my rate is 10 million.
That statement of itself is shade, but I feel like I have to say that.
In dollars, and I will not do...
It's unintentional shade. Like, I didn't mean to throw shade. You could read it as shade, but it's not something that I was intentionally trying to give.
Ad reads for anything less than that. Okay, on with today. So, as you have most likely seen by now, on Monday, Xbox announced a wave of layoffs. They are going to cut 3,200 jobs and divest 5 game studios. A couple are going independent, a couple are being sold off, and then one, Arcane in Lyon, France, is just beginning the process of figuring out what is going to happen next. It's really bad news, but there is a catch to this. There is one part of this that I think has gone a little bit under discussed over the last week, which is that that number, that 3,200, is not actually 3,200 job cuts on Monday. It's actually 1,600 job cuts on Monday, and then another 1,600 to come. So that first tranche happened on Monday. That gutted a lot of different studios, id Software and ZeniMax Online Studios, as I mentioned in my video on Monday. ZeniMax got hit pretty hard by this particular reorganization. We also saw layoffs at other studios. Obsidian cut a quarter of their staff, and as I reported on Bloomberg this week, Obsidian is having a total reorganization where they have canceled multiple games, including a sequel to Avowed, and they are now pivoting into the early stages of what will be a Fallout game. Very, very early days.
They had a sequel to Avowed.
On that, by the way, it wouldn't be totally shocked.
Unlike the video before, I didn't watch this one yet, I think.
If something changed again in the next few months or the next year or so, but that is happening. By the way, quick side note is that Obsidian is they actually have a small team that was working on Avowed 2 that is still going to keep working on Avowed 2, even though it is canceled, while they wait for other projects like Fallout to be ready for them. And maybe in hopes of getting it uncanceled. Maybe it was actually farther along than I think people would expect for a sequel to a game that came out last year. So I think their hope is perhaps that they'll get it so close to being finished that Xbox will look at it and say, okay, yeah, you can finish and release this. It won't cost that much more to finish.
And it was a brand new IP. Like it was akin to Fallout, and it was more akin to like Elder Scrolls. But it was there was a lot of polish behind it,
Finish it anyway. So that all happened on Monday, and we saw the kind of the ripple effects, and we saw the consequences and everything that happened, the fallout of it, no pun intended.
I didn't pick it specifically because it was too close to Elder Scrolls. I was like, I already kind of played this
throughout the week.
Let me save my money.
But what hasn't happened yet is the next 1,600 layoffs. So that number, by the way, is actually a little higher than it will ultimately be, in that it includes the studios that Xbox is divesting from. So it might be a little bit closer to 1,250, something like that.
Like nowadays, I actually save my money for more. For even.
Although the total number of Xbox layoffs is actually much, much higher, in the sense that Xbox is cutting their vendor spend by 50%. And Microsoft is a company that hires a lot of people who are kind of like, they're full-time working for Microsoft basically, but technically they're working for other agencies. And so a lot of those people are losing their jobs as a result of the whole thing. So really the number is much higher than that. But still, let's focus on those 1,250. Those 1,250 could be anywhere, could be anyone. And the people who are remaining at Xbox have no idea when that's going to happen, who it's going to happen to, what companies are going to be impacted, if they are potentially on the chopping block, if they now have to worry about losing their jobs over the next 12 months. And morale was already pretty low at Xbox overall, has especially been overall after what happened on Monday. Whether you had a company that, like a subsidiary of Xbox that was untouched, and now you just have to deal with the fact that kind of survivor's guilt of like being a studio that wasn't hit by this. Like if you're at one of the Call of Duty studios, you probably weren't hit very hard by this, but now you have to look around and be like, God, we're still part of this organization that is doing all this. Or you're part of a studio that was hit and you're a survivor, and now again you have to deal with survivor's guilt, and you also have to deal with doing more with less. You have to deal with picking up the pieces for other people, doing other people's jobs potentially. So it's just awful all around. And now on a top of all of that, you have this axe hanging over your head. And nowhere is that more apparent than at Blizzard Entertainment. So I got a couple of emails. A couple of emails were sent to me that were sent out to the entire staff of Blizzard by Blizzard president Johanna Faries, who started the company a couple of years ago. I'll talk more about her in a second. But she essentially wrote on Monday, she wrote an email saying like, hey, everyone, take care of yourselves. Quote, you can expect to hear more details regarding today's events and what they mean for Blizzard in further communications. Not exactly comforting. Further communications is when you're going to find out more. The next day, Faries wrote an email to the company saying they had cut, quote, a very small number of roles in the Chinese office. But she didn't say whether that was it, whether that was the end of the layoffs at Blizzard. She said, quote, the broader Xbox actions announced today can be challenging to navigate. At Blizzard, our forward-looking strategic initiatives and priorities remain in focus. Thank you again for the respect and care you have shown for our games, communities, and each other throughout. By the way, this is all in a Bloomberg column that I wrote today about the cruelty of this uncertainty, so go check that out. I'll post a link in the show notes, as well as some other links to coverage that we've been doing over at Bloomberg.com. So Blizzard staff now have no idea what is going to happen. Are they going to be part of this next wave of layoffs? When is that going to happen? Is it going to be after BlizzCon in September? Is it going to be tomorrow? Is it going to be down the road? We really have no idea.
We really want those. Yeah. Are the ultra skids that we're selling in the Blizzard store going to save us from the head chopping that's going to be the impending head chopping that's going to be coming soon?
Blizzard is a pretty heavily
That's what be on my mind right now. Just be like, please, I want to stay. I want to keep my job.
Unionized company, so it's possible that this delay and this lack of communication is because the company is negotiating with the union and they're just kind of having that conversation back and forth. But right now, for a lot of people, there is just uncertainty. And this is a company that has been through a lot. I mean, if you've read my book about Blizzard, Play Nice, you know about all the ups and downs they've been through, especially over the last decade or so, since the departure of Mike Morhaime in 2018 and the kind of the Activision culture takeover that happened in those kind of subsequent years, 2018, 2019, 2020, the way that Activision culture clashed with Blizzard. And there was this guy named Armin Zerza who came in and as Blizzard CFO and eventually COO too, Chief Operating Officer, and his way of running the company clashed quite a bit with Blizzard values and Blizzard culture. And it led to a lot of problems, led to a huge exodus of Blizzard staff. A lot of Blizzard veterans wound up leaving, and it all kind of came to a head, or it all just kind of like had another big turnaround in 2023 when Microsoft finally closed the deal to buy Activision Blizzard, and Blizzard became part of Xbox. And then at the beginning of 2024, Xbox laid off a whole bunch of people, 1,900 people across the entire org, including quite a lot at Blizzard, at Activision Blizzard as a whole. And as a result of that, they ousted the president at the time, Mike Ybarra, not super popular among Blizzard staff, I would say. And they brought in a woman named Johanna Faries, who I mentioned earlier. Like I said, I would tell you a little bit more about her. She has a really interesting background. She worked in the NFL for a bit. She worked in Activision, in Call of Duty, in esports, and also in just like supervising the Call of Duty franchise. And so people were pretty skeptical for a couple of reasons when she came in. One is that the way she talks, especially like in all hands meetings and just kind of in public presentations on TV hits and whatnot, she talks in a very corporate way, which is not a Blizzard. Like Blizzard is very much not that. And she also has this background in Activision. People were worried like she was another Activision-minded person, another person who was more about predictability than kind of the creativity that Blizzard has hoped to cultivate and foster over the decades. But actually, I think from what I've gathered talking to people, there's been quite a shift in sentiment about Faries, or at least that skepticism turned to be unwarranted. A lot of people actually really like her and the decisions she made and the way she talks to people, and and it feels like people are generally happy with her as a leader. That said, I think there are currently some big battles involving the union and what Blizzard management is actually offering in terms of terms and that whole bargaining process, but that's kind of a bigger picture issue. So right now, Blizzard, and Blizzard is kind of a microcosm for a lot of people at Xbox right now, but Blizzard, I'll talk about Blizzard specifically. Blizzard is in a really interesting place. They have managed to rebuild momentum for a lot of their franchises that were not doing well, especially Overwatch, which is now in a much better place than it was 2 years ago. World of Warcraft has also been really doing quite well and still has millions of subscribers and is still making tons of money. Diablo has been doing really well. I don't know if they quite hit the exact numbers that they wanted to for Diablo 4 and its expansions, but it is still a successful game that is making money for them. And there's tons of new projects in the works, new stuff in Diablo, new stuff. I mean, I've talked before, and I wrote in Play Nice about a StarCraft shooter that is in development. A lot of cool stuff happening at Blizzard right now. And now people have to continue working on that stuff without knowing if they're still going to have jobs in 3 months, which is a really awful and cruel position to be in. I think making video games is very hard.
I'm watching some videos from Jason Shader. Really good. Your beat? Yeah, it's pretty late. I'm feeling it myself just a bit, but I still think this is the best time for me to stream, and I also still think that this is the best. It's just the best for me. Just sit back and chill. I'm just watching a couple of. I'm watching some of the news that I've been getting from this YouTube channel from Jason Shader. He's a journalist at the Bloomberg. He does gaming news. Just wanted to give a little shout out for that channel because I'm watching it and I think his content is really good. You were just watching that.
If there's any through line in all of the work I've done,
I like his level-headed takes as a journalist. Yeah.
Done over the years, it's that making video games.
How are you doing, man? How are you? Oh wait, I got to repeat. Yeah. Cool. You had a good week.
It's extremely harder than people know or realize or think about unless they've done it or have talked to enough people who have done it. Finding that games are essentially all of the hard parts about making art combined with all of the hard parts about making software, just combined in this big morass. Not to mention the coordination and communication that has to happen among hundreds, if not thousands, of people. All of that is exacerbated. All of that is made all the more hard by this kind of uncertainty about whether you'll have a job, this threat hanging over you, this axe over your head. And to me, it seems like it would be near impossible to do good creative work under those conditions. I think there's a belief in maybe in Silicon Valley at tech companies that the fear of layoffs can help motivate people, can help get people to work harder. I know it's certainly something that Elon Musk put into play when he took over Twitter 4 years ago and laid off a significant number of staff. I believe it was something like 80% of the staff, and told the people who stayed, hey, if you're going to stay here, you have to be hardcore. You have to be, that's the word he used, hardcore. You have to be willing to work your ass off and put in all this extra time and motivated them with fear, essentially. Maybe that can work in Silicon Valley. I don't know. I'm not a tech reporter, but working on programming and software is much different than working on games. And I think not a lot of people at the executive level think about this or realize this. But software, you have a goal in mind.
They've certainly been making their share of mistakes.
I mean, I'm speaking very broadly here, of course, but for the most part, you know what that goal is. And the hard part is executing on it. Okay, I want Twitter to do X, Y, and Z. Maybe you came up with a feature and
you bringing that up. They're everything that's coming out of tech now, they're certainly out of touch. They're so out of touch. And that's their biggest mistake. they're walking this using fear to motivate people to work. That sounds that sounds like civility. Yeah, yeah, and they don't they don't. It's weird, like the growth that they're looking for to get. They don't need to hammer the workers. So they don't need to whip the workers to do that. They just the people who are buying the stuff just need spending money. Like your work if your work is good, people should gravitate towards it. If you're not getting the growth that you need, then there's something wrong with the work that needs to change. But then that's not what they do. They just work and grind and crunch.
You know what you have to do. Now the hard part is writing the code and figuring out how to do it, bug testing it, etc. That is predictable work. That is work that can be achieved just through sheer, I don't know, labor and man hours.
I was interested
you can
in this
do it
industry,
under duress because it is kind of you are doing work that is tangible, that has a very clear goal at the end of it. Games are a different beast. In games, oftentimes you have that kind of work aspect of it, the programming aspect of it, but you don't know what the goal is. You don't know exactly what the vision is going to be. And sometimes you finish the goal and it turns out that your game is not fun. It turns out that the features you thought would be so cool are not actually working. You have to be creative, especially on the art and design side of things, or the audio side of things, or things that are not just kind of pure software development. Not to say the code isn't creative, because it also has plenty of creativity, but code can be a little bit more like, okay, I have a goal in mind and this is how I'm going to execute it, and creativity is more about how you get there. Whereas art, you are just creating something from nothing, and you have to have the goal in mind and the execution in mind, and both of those can be very fuzzy. All that is said, the broader point here is that being motivated to be creative is extremely difficult under the best circumstances, and with layoffs looming, those are not the best circumstances. That is not how you are going to get people to do their best possible work. I think there's a mentality from a lot of management types and executive types that game development should be more predictable.
None of this crap
maybe they have
happens,
a point, and I'll talk more in the future. I have a few videos planned where I'm going to get into some of the kind of flaws in the development side, the developer side, that I think have caused some problems, and maybe managers do sometimes have a point. Maybe executives do sometimes have a point when it comes to lack of discipline in the development process. But it's not predictable. Game development will never be 100%
not literally
predictable,
whipping the
because
workers,
you're creating art, and that is not something that can be defined on a strict
they're still making
timeline.
good games.
It's not just Blizzard, by the way. There are other organizations within Europe, other parts of ZeniMax that have not been touched and just do not know if they're going to be, other parts of Xbox Game Studios that have not been touched and do not know if they're going to be. Activision, the other part of the Activision Blizzard equation, Activision, which is mostly Call of Duty these days, they laid off, I believe it was less than 100 people this week. What we don't know is if that's going to be more layoffs, if they're going to be more after that, if they're going to be more down the road, if more studios are going to shut down, if what those cuts are going to look like. And that uncertainty is just still going to hang over everybody in the coming days and weeks and months. So I want you all out there to just think about this for a second and think about how difficult it must be to work under those kinds of conditions. And hopefully have a little bit of empathy for the people who are in that position. Because I think even if you're out there and you're looking at these layoffs and you're saying, you know what, Xbox was in a really awful position. They needed to turn things around. They needed some sort of restructuring, some sort of reorganization. Maybe they needed to get rid of some of these studios. I don't know. If that's your mentality, okay. I get it. I understand that perspective. But coupling that with just keeping people in this constant state of fear and panic and anxiety and uncertainty over whether they will lose their jobs too as a result of this, and not knowing when, not knowing who, not knowing how it's going to happen, that to me is just not a way to run an organization that effectively does anything, effectively creates things, effectively makes money, effectively keeps people employed and keeps people people happy. I guess the one like advantage that a company like Xbox has right now is that the job market is such a disaster that even if people wanted to leave because of all this, there aren't a lot of places where they could potentially go. So do out there, if you're watching this, do have a little bit of empathy for the people who are in this situation. All right. Have a good weekend, everybody. Next week, we are going to talk about hopefully a couple more happy topics. Hopefully, we'll get into a little bit more. I had an idea for a video that maybe I'll talk about next week or at some point in the future about kind of a model for the games industry, a theoretical, hypothetical model for the games industry that could maybe make things a little bit better. And we'll talk about other stuff down the road. Oh, and next week, I think I'll talk about Steam machines and the fun story, the long and twisty story behind the Steam machine. I talked to a couple of Valve engineers last week, so I'll talk about that as well. So some good stuff to come, I promise. It won't all be bad news. This industry is not all just bleak. If you do have kind of ideas of topics you want me to explore, questions you have, feel free to post them in the comments or email me. At some point, I'm also going to talk about cool games, just because I think that'll be a nice, fun break from industry doom and gloom. Talking is to talk about maybe some of my favorite games of the year. So lots of potential topics to talk about down the road. And one more thing, just remember, if you would like to sponsor one of these videos, just write me a check for $10 million. That will buy you 30 seconds of me talking about your company. All right.
Hilarious.
See you all next time.
Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Yeah. $10 million. Yeah, I'll just let that speak in terms of layouts and what's been happening. I'll just let what he said speak for itself. I think he's right about what he has there. Yeah, so I'd be really interesting when he comes out with when he talks about Steam machines. I'd be really interested to see what he says. And if there's anything I can gather from that. The increased cost for the parts is really getting in the way of the distribution of that of those PCs. And it was supposed to be like a budget PC kind of thing, akin to Yoya. I know I just said something. I don't think that's the exact name, but there was like a console like thing that came out several years ago during the time of like when Kickstarter was just coming up. My empathy goes to the people who work on these games, art, writing, and coding. None of it will go to the investors and the slave drivers that push the crap that creative encoders go through. Yeah. No, I hear ya. I agree with you. Yeah. So, yeah. We'll just hope for the best. And we should see what Asha is cooking up. I mentioned before, like I think they hired Asha to like claim to try to save Xbox as a whole, as a brand, as a company. They wanted somebody level-headed and outsider, and that's the decision that they made. So it's not like the investors are trying to like. It's not like they're trying to. They're not trying to. There's like a. I forget. There's like a strategy that's out there where there's like a hostile takeover of a company, and then they slash and burn and sell off all the assets of the company and just bring the company bare bones. I don't think that that's what they're trying to do with Xbox. I think they're actually trying to like save it so that like later on they could come out with more IPs. So it could be much worse because have been people that have done much worse. Think like what they did to Service Merchandise and Toys R Us, that kind of corporate like so they see something that's there and it is going to be saved, and we might even get some new cool IPs out of it. But we'll have to see,
Way more men than women.
What does that smell like?
You go to any party, you go to any bar, there's going to be way
drastic changing of the subject here. I really like good work, like the YouTube channel. I just think that the whole thing and is the whole everything that they do on this channel is hilarious, absolutely hilarious. So yeah, we're gonna watch a video that's called "Dating Sucks in San Francisco" just to like clean the palette and go into something else.
Way more men than women.
What does that smell like?
It smells crazy.
There's been a lot of parties that I've been at that I'm the only one talking to any women.
I'm a gay man, so it's been pretty amazing for me.
I'm trying to look for a girl that's not in tech.
I'm sweating a lot.
I'm
borderline lactating right now.
It's big and it's on the side of the freeway. It's hard to ignore. I did receive
Lisa?
approximately 140 marriage
What?
proposals.
It doesn't matter how many girls, how many guys there are if nobody's talking to each other.
Do you have a hard time being yourself?
Maybe sometimes.
Maybe sometimes. San Francisco, a seaside cosmopolitan oasis where the dating sucks. That's right, I find myself here in SF to find love. Not for myself, but for the losers who live here. You see, while San Francisco is known for its decades-long dominance in tech, exacerbated by the recent artificial intelligence boom, it's even weller known amongst the professional class as a nightmare for singles. A city where it's easier to find a charging port in a coding cafe than a loving partner who can reliably make you climax. So join me in my jaunt across this incredibly steep metropolis to find out exactly why it's so hard to find love in the city of fog.
The reason why I watch videos like that is because it's such a like in order to keep, one of the things that I realize is that when I as you know, I'm on the spectrum, and one of the things that I realize is that one of the tricks that I try to do is that like when I really focus on a topic that I really enjoy, I need to take myself like out of the subject and into something completely unrelated, completely like something that I might not know anything about, but it's still rather interesting because like it's an interesting subject, or it's a subject that I've never I don't know too much about, but it takes me out. It's kind of like how you just need a reset to reassess, to then come back to the thing that you're focusing on, and to have a level head about the thing that you were focused on. Sometimes when you get too much into the weeds, you might lose something, and like resetting really helps you then clean. It's like when you're using, here's the best thing. It's like when you're using the lens and you've looked at it for too long and you don't mention that it's foggy. And so you step away from the lens, maybe you go use the bathroom, maybe you go grab something to eat, sit down, have a chat with somebody, and then you come back and you look at the lens again. But right before you look at the lens, you notice that it's foggy or dirty. And you didn't notice that before because you were so focused on the thing that you were focused on. And that's why I do this.
The dating referred to in this episode largely refers to dating in a heterosexual sense. Heterosexuality is like if two straight people were homosexual for each other.
To research dating in San Francisco is to uncover what appears to be a hormonal jungle of peculiar romance and pearl-clutching kinks. There are Date Me docs in which users detail personal information about themselves via Google Documents, AI bots posing as dating experts, singles pasting their bios on telephone poles, men boxing in the park to kill each other and eliminate competition, Labubu bios on Google Documents, AI...
Wait, do people post their dating stuff on polls?
iBots posing as dating experts,
aren't they?
Singles pasting their bios on telephone poles.
Aren't they worried creeps are gonna find that shit? Aren't they worried about the creeps are gonna find that shit?
Men boxing in the park to kill each other and eliminate competition, Labubu leather harnesses, cuddle parties, Trader Joe's hookups, speed dating on the BART metro system, six-figure dating matchmakers, and all the polyamory you could ever regret reading about. Not to mention a whole bunch of yappers with front-facing cameras.
San Francisco dating culture is the bane of my existence.
Dating in San Francisco is so difficult.
One of the worst cities in America to date.
You have way too many guys and not enough
women. The ratio is really off.
Everyone here is kind of career focused.
Dating constantly the same type of like pool of guys in tech.
Every fucking
guy thinks he's a CEO, co-founder,
startup.
What's your opinion on dating as a startup founder? It's fucking impossible. I am so sick and tired of seeing white people on my For You page complain about the dating scene in San Francisco.
People on the internet were giving me all kinds of reasons as to why dating was absolutely torched. The city was too small, the people too productive, but perhaps no reason was greater than that of
Wait, online dating in San Francisco is basically incest. That's a crazy statement to make. Oh my god. The people that you think are more well off are actually
too small, the people too productive, but perhaps no reason was greater than that of there being too many men in the city. In fact, the pessimism surrounding Man Francisco was so potent that dudes felt the need to run up on me in public and talk to me about it. Huh? Have you heard that there's too many men in San Francisco as compared to women?
Yes.
As a man in tech, are you worried that you're contributing to that problem?
100%. I'm literally, as I'm saying that, I'm like, wait, am I like part of the problem as well?
Very likely. But in order to be sure, I had to do what many billionaire 20-something males building the god AI in this city are too timid to do. Go to a female's apartment and listen.
We've heard from some men that there are no women in San Francisco. What say you to that? Are you the only one?
I've been looking for others for a long
that you knew girls aren't real. They're not real. They're invented by the government to keep you down. No, I'm kidding.
A long time.
Kylie Robinson is a woman in San Francisco, as well as tech reporter for the fantastic Core Memory YouTube channel.
There's some women in San Francisco, but there is like an insane ratio. You go to any party, you go to any bar, there's going to be way more men than women.
In your experience dating?
By the way, there's a subreddit that's called Girls Aren't Real and Boys Aren't Real. I just think it's the funniest shit to partake in. It's just hilarious.
How would you describe it?
It's interesting. There tends to be some sort of mixed communication for men and women. Women here tend to be more career-driven, and they don't really need someone to add to their life financially or to get married super early or anything like that. And men just want to have sex because they only have an hour a week between work and the gym.
These men are having sex for an hour? We've also heard tell of people going to New York.
Oh, yes.
To find a partner and then trying to lure them back to San Francisco.
That's a very real thing. You go to New York to find a wife or husband, and then you come back.
Who's doing that?
Me, soon. The uniquely San Franciscan aspect of dating is the concentration of AI labs. I think in the 2010s, that was like the Facebook, Airbnb, these 2010 startups that sort of took over the city and made everyone wear hoodies. Now it's like a concentration of AI labs, which tend to be like fresh graduates or people who just dropped out of college who are making millions of dollars a year and like retire at 23.
They're still doing that? They're still hiring people who are college grads and then like...
It's kind of crazy.
The fuck?
I used to think there was nothing better than evasion.
You know, that makes me really evaluate my life. They're still doing that?
As a young corporate cog, my favorite thing to do was evade. Every year that vitally important responsibility we all have would come around, and every year I would use every resource at my disposal to avoid it. But with ZocDoc, today's video sponsor, I don't avoid going to the doctor anymore. I'm proud to say I no longer commit doctor evasion. ZocDoc lets you search and compare local in-network doctors with over 150,000 providers within more than 200 specialties across every state in this union. Plus, their website has real patient reviews and complete doctor profiles to help you choose the right one.
Man,
Connecting
really
you with a
makes me
doctor
think.
used
This
to be
is
so
an ad. I don't give a
taxing.
shit.
Now with
That
ZocDoc,
really
you can
makes
see
me think.
actual appointment openings and simply click to book a visit. And most appointments happen within 24 to 72 hours, with some even happening the same day. Best of all, ZocDoc is free to use, and while I'm not doing evasion anymore, I still don't like paying money. But you know what I do like? Getting access to the care I need quickly and easily without having to commit massive fraud across 14 states and various island territories. Yep, taking care of your health just got easier, so go on over to ZocDoc.com/goodwork, link down in the description to get started. I know it may seem like small potatoes, but just clicking the link in the description is one big potato towards prioritizing your health. Thanks so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video and helping us all take better care of our health. Clink. Now,
You know,
If
I
you'll
wish I
excuse
knew
me.
this sooner.
Yeah, but a huge
wish I knew
mindset
that
culture. The recent
Much
Twitter
sooner.
trend was
I'm talking
single until Series B. They've sworn off of dating until they raise their Series B.
pre-2016.
Celeste Amadon is the founder of Known, a new dating app that seeks to pair young singles together using a unique anti-swiping AI algorithm.
Have you heard of NGMI?
MGMI?
NGMI.
I was infected with that once.
Not going to make it. There's a lot of things in San Francisco that make you NGMI. If you dress really well, NGMI. If you post all day on Twitter and you don't build your product, you're NGMI. If you are dating and going out every night, you're NGMI. The idea is that they need to lock in. They need a generational lock-in.
Do you think that there's some validity to this claim that there's only fellas running around the Frisco?
I think it's a fallacy, and I think it actually stems
What's
from...
a fallacy?
It's something that appears to be real and you feel is real, but it's not. And if there's one thing that we also can all agree on in tech is that there's not that many women working in these tech companies in San Francisco. So I think the real complaint comes from the fact that because there's less women at these companies and working in tech.
That's not the only thing that's lacking in tech, but that's just one of them.
There's also less women in the social scene that is super intermeshed.
Like, this isn't new shit. So it's interesting that it's like, oh, this is a problem. I'm just like,
with the tech scene.
That is not the only problem. But, you know, I think it's the only problem that they report on because it's directly affecting those fellas' pants. Let's just be real.
I'll go to a party, a house party in San Francisco, that's 70% men. Or I'll go to an event hosted
so glad I watched
that's
this.
kind of on the fringe of being like a party or a networking thing, and I'll be the only woman there. I think that there's way
Now
more
I need to
people in
lock
SF than you would realize that are actually looking for
I need
relationships
to
and
lock
want to
in.
date. And the hard
Oh,
part
God, I
is
need to lock
finding
in.
them and actually meeting them in person.
Well, if there's one thing Dan Toomey's never struggled with, Celeste, it's certainly the hard part. And I knew just the place to find a guy in this tech-centric city who was looking for a date. The backyard sauna of his startup's seaside townhouse.
And then in here, this is the sauna? Oh, yeah, for sure. All right, cool. Do I get fully naked for this, or do I?
You can if you want
All
to.
right. Well,
We're here to discuss the difficulties of dating in San Francisco.
For sure.
My first question for you is, where are all these women?
I could not tell you. I think that San Francisco is a place to network and not to date.
Reagan Shu was an
Women aren't
engineer at
dating
the
people
AI
in San
company
Francisco.
BrowserUse in his early 20s, who liked long walks on the beach, trying new restaurants, reading fantasy/fiction, playing volleyball, and ass. Ass? Ass.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, I'm
if
sorry. That says a
becomes
symbol.
Let's just
it
say
cut
that.
off on the next page.
Like, I swear, every event I go to, party I go to, it's all men. They're all trying to give you their LinkedIns. It's like, it's actually awful.
So how do we get more women to come to San Francisco?
I could not tell you. There's almost zero incentive to come here
Really?
if you're trying to date. I'm trying to look for girls not in tech at this point.
It's not in tech.
I think I've talked enough about AI for like the rest of my life. If I hear one more time about transformer architecture, the new
Sausage
model
party,
release,
boys
and everyone
club.
hyped about it, I'm just gonna lose my mind.
Have you
What are
been on dates
euphemisms?
in San Francisco?
I
at all?
have.
Sausage
I've got
French-
at least 5 people who
French
just
sausage fest,
asked
yeah.
for like a internship on their hand. They said, please refer me to an internship. It was like part of their like
Circle
bio.
jerk.
It was like, I'm on here for an internship. I'm not here to date.
Oh my
and
God.
naturally my response is to send them my calendar.
Despite blacking in and out several times during this conversation, I could tell that Reagan was frustrated with dating, but not nearly as frustrated as Lisa Catalano, a Bay Area woman who I met later in the day that went so far as to purchase an entire billboard along Highway 101 that
Grindr is
advertised her
popping over there. I
website,
bet you the gays are
marylisa.com.
just having a
I was
fantastic
on
time.
all of these apps and unable to get a date or really even any meaningful conversations. And I figured, you know, I'll just create my own personal dating website.
Since putting up marylisa.com, Lisa told me she got around 4,000 application forms filled through the site by potential suitors, about 80% of which were real.
I did receive approximately 140 marriage proposals. I had a wide range of men filling out the form. The ages ranged from
That escalated
16
quickly.
to 79. I have a very extensive website. I even list my cup size on there.
Right.
I mean, I'm very transparent
Yeah.
about who I am and what I'm looking for.
Sure.
And so, you know.
Pony up, boys. Tell me how big it is before you can fill out this.
Oh, and I need to get the stats on that specifically, but there were I had a lot of men who were telling me how big it is. is.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
At this point, it was clear to me that the attention-loving singles of San
She's laughing
Francisco were
at
thirsty for
herself.
genuine, honest,
Damn,
in-person
son.
connection. Without
Wow.
it, everyone would soon resort to blowing their limitless cash on billboards with their Hinge bio and dick sizes on them. I decided the best way to avoid that apocalyptic future would be to host a singles meetup in the middle of Alamo Square Park, a local rendezvous point for San Fran singles to get together and stand in separate gendered groups or whatever they normally do.
But they can only
Here, I
grind
could
in
gather a
San Francisco, they
variety of
can't go
locals
anywhere
to
else.
discuss their dating woes and maybe even hook up if the vibes are right.
We've heard tell that dating in San Francisco is a dumpster fire. Ladies, is that true?
A dumpster fire is still warm.
I've heard that as well.
I would disagree. Really? Yeah, vehemently.
For women, I would say the quality of dating is low, but if you're a guy
It's
dating
Gaytopia
here, you
now,
have
yeah.
the top picks.
We've heard that
Yeah.
it's a bit tough dating here.
It is.
Why?
Someone's gonna have you having a good time,
A lot of
right?
tech
Am I
bros
right?
are in
Good
startups
for
where
them.
they primarily interact with like other tech bros.
Do you work in tech?
Unfortunately.
Do you work in tech?
Unfortunately.
Do you work in tech?
I do.
And do you work in
Fantastic.
tech? All the women just fleed.
They're workaholics. Some of them are recovering workaholics. I don't want to date someone that their whole identity is their job.
There's been a lot of parties that I've been at that I'm
I
the
hear
only
you.
one talking to any women.
So what are some of those challenges that are unique to the city? Eye contact?
Eye contact's a good point. This city's so competitive.
It's a cesspool of comparison. The way the tech industry is like being brought up here is that everyone's here trying to pitch their own startup.
Work in
It's
tech.
built into the psyche of how they view everything else in the world, including dating.
150K, has to work at Meta.
Isn't it
All I
amazing
hear
that
is
big
low
tech is a
value,
direct
high
reflection of
value.
LinkedIn?
What is that? Is that sperm count?
Who is the type of person
God.
that you would want to be with?
Well, I'm really into futurism, so someone that wants to be replicated, that
Whoosh.
would be a big plus.
I moved here with my
Whoosh.
partner, so I'm not single.
Brag. We got married
Oh,
last year.
right?
Brag. You guys met at
Right?
school? Where at school?
So we've actually known
Those
each
are
other
the
since
smart
elementary
ones.
school.
Oh, the school you meant
Another
was
smart
elementary.
pair.
We met on Grindr.
I met a guy off Facebook Marketplace.
Met at the intersection of art and technology.
Do you mean spiritually or is that an actual place?
It's an actual place.
We met skydiving.
What?
Who are you in a relationship? Or what are you in a relationship with?
I have a boyfriend.
We've heard rumors that dating in San Francisco is ass cheeks.
I'm a gay man, so it's been pretty amazing for me.
Do you think the gays
Called
are just
it.
dating better than the straights
Called
out
it.
here?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Didn't we
Are
call
the
it?
events better?
Yes.
Is the sex better?
Yes.
Is the emotional connection better?
Yes.
Good God.
Okay, honestly, I know some people that have moved to New York and they have found girlfriends.
So your advice is leave.
Having a hobby that you can connect through is very important.
What was that hobby that helped you connect with your
It's Gaytopia now.
I would say it's
yeah.
actually
the gays have
hiking
taken
and
over.
drawing.
I
and
welcome,
drawing.
I
Nothing else?
welcome our new
can't
gay
think of anything else.
overlords.
Can't think of anything else.
From an outsider's perspective, folks, this dating scene was looking worse and worse. I came to San Francisco with high hopes of helping out singles, but it seemed to me like the only happy folks I met were either taken, gay, or furry. In fact, anytime I did speak to a discontented single in my investigation, I heard about the same frustrating hurdles they faced, whether it was hardo networking parties,
Any event you go to feels like, and kind of is, a networking event.
how much hotter us New Yorkers were.
I couldn't find anyone in SF. I went to New York and I immediately
I haven't watched this video yet.
strange
This is the first time I'm
haiku
watching
about
this
the
video.
overwhelming number of mid-guys,
The odds are good, but the goods are odd.
The odds are good, but the goods are odd.
The odds are good, but the goods are odd.
The odds are good, but the goods are odd.
The odds are good, but the goods are odd.
and the apparent horniness of some magical place called Balboa Cafe.
There's like a few specific bars that people go to and like to joke around.
You can,
are like great
you can,
spots for dating.
you can
Honestly, one of
tell,
them's
like,
Balboa
everybody's
Cafe.
All
been
the hot people tend to go
talking.
there. People joke that it's like Hinge in real life.
You can't meet your husband at Balboa.
We also heard that Balboa Cafe is a spot. Is that
Yes,
we're
it
trying to
is.
get Ratchet there this week.
Oh.
In truth, I was so frustrated that I nearly called it quits and locked myself away in that island jail they put all the other singles after they age out and turn 29. But that's when a bottle rolled up on the seashore containing a QR code that, when scanned, brought me to an article titled How to Find Love in Silicon Valley. Of course, I didn't read it, but instead hit up the author on Zoom and had them summarize.
I think there's this interest in finding the best possible person for who you are, but very little in actually sustaining a relationship. I think when you kind of over-index on this, finding this perfect person, you kind of forget about what it actually takes to find love, I think, which is making time for it and opening up your heart, which are the two things in San Francisco that people don't really want to do.
Rachel Deck is a writer and author of the Didion for Doomscrollers Substack.
I think that what makes it a core and which it takes to find love, I think, which is making time for it and opening up your heart, which are the two things in San Francisco that people don't really want to do.
Rachel Deck is a writer and author of the Didion for Doomscrollers Substack.
I think that what makes it a poor dating culture is the fact that it's really expensive to live here. No one has time. People work for companies all the time, but it's not, I guess, what people seem to think that it is, which is that, I don't know, there's tons of men and no women at all, but only because they're in these really niche kind of subculture spaces that don't really enable or facilitate women to be a part of them. You know, when you're
Enable
talking about
anybody
like,
else.
tech bro Twitter, that's a really specific thing, and the things that they're interested in and the parties that they go to and the bars that they go to are really specific, and there just aren't really as many women a part of that as there are in
They all
other
claim
groups
that
in
they're
the city.
smart,
There
but
are
they,
ways that they
but
could
they,
be more
but
amenable or
man, do
more
they
open
miss
to
the
women,
plot?
and I don't
Do
know
they
if they
miss the
always
plot?
are. I looked into it with the census numbers, and it does seem that there is slightly higher rate of young unmarried men in San Francisco than in other cities. However, I do think that a lot of the time people kind of box themselves into certain subcultures, and certain subcultures are friendlier
Might
to
be
men than they are to
on
women.
Twitter,
I think
right?
that there's also a lot of women in the city, but there's kind of a matching problem in terms of getting them to meet each other.
Matching. Maybe that's what I should have been doing this entire time. Indeed, my time in San Francisco offered very little surprises. There was much ado about AI, tech, working long hours, making a ton of money in house parties with too much networking and dudes. Yet all the fuss that there seemed to be about dating proved to me that no matter how much these hardos want to embody the very productivity bots they're...
I love the picture of the Asian woman at the top left. It's like it's
creating,
it's such
the
a
human
good...
desire for connection will always be there, a fact of life that expands well beyond San Francisco to somewhere much greater, like San Jose. So if you're single in SF, try your hardest to get out there and meet someone. Straight women, if the guy doesn't work at Anthropic and
get
instead
me
is
out
a
of
public
here
school teacher or whatever, have the courage to give him a shot. Maybe you'll realize his job doesn't matter because his dad works at Anthropic. Gays, keep doing what you're doing. And straight men, I know it may seem like there's too many of you in this city because of those weird parties you're throwing. Might I suggest visiting somewhere in San Francisco with an actual abundance of women who I bet are single and ready to mingle. The 85 plus age bracket. That's right, boys, going older is the way to go. And I got a fleet of widowed toothless honeycombs just waiting to be amazed by your computer skills. Tired of Hinge?
Right.
Pick up a cane. Get out of that run club and go learn Mahjong. And instead of Balboa Cafe, head on over to Sagebrook Senior Living at 2750 Geary Boulevard. It has fewer espresso martinis, but a lot more sex, which sounds like true love to me.
I love it.
And for good work, I'm Dan Toomey.
So my update is that I am pulling down the application forms because I have a boyfriend now.
Nice. 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 Oh my god, that's such a good video.
How did it come together? We can get into inches and size later.
No.
So what?
He did not apply through the website. We actually did meet on a dating app. The amount that I spent on the billboards was $989.73. Nobody's perfect. Like, I mean, I'm not perfect. I wasn't looking for a perfect man on all of this. I was just looking for the perfect man for me.
That was so good. That was such a good video. Oh my god, that is such a good video. Oh, okay. That was a happy accident. Okay. All right, let's get into gaming. Oh my gosh, I'm having such a good night. Let's get into gaming. Let's get into gaming. All right, perfect. I'm so glad I watched that. That was awesome. Let's load this up right here. Yeah. So I was actually thinking about this for a while. I've actually been contemplating about this for months. And when I was going to do something like this, it's going to be like a test trial, kind of, sort of, that might turn into, actually, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of this. I need to get into my retro area. With the state of the game. Hold on, I need to fix my face. Just a bit. I know why I'm like this, but I also want to be chill. So, yeah, I was just thinking about the game industry and the state of it all, and it made me resubscribe to my Nintendo Switch subscription. There's a Switch One. I'm on Switch One right now, and I think I'm gonna play a couple of retro games on here. And one of the retro games that I was thinking about playing is actually one of the most creative games, Mario games, that Nintendo has ever made. That I don't think they've ever made sense, if that makes sense. And that is this game. I beat this game a long time ago. I was a child last time I beat this game. And I just think I'm going to attempt to beat it. I know I can't say for sure whether or not I'm going to beat it on stream. Oh my gosh. Hold on, give me a second. Is this the right place to put this? Yeah, because I know it's being obstructed by light. So like, so yeah, I just think that I just I'm gonna beat this game. I'm gonna beat this game on the easiest way I can beat it too. I'm gonna beat it because I haven't played it in such a long time. By playing as the princess of all things. But yes, that is you only find that out. The only way you find out that like the princess is probably like the easier way to play the game is if like you try the different characters that are available in the game. Oh, why am I missing so much? There you go. I haven't played this in a while. I even forgot how to run. Oh, perfect. Exactly what I was going for. I think, does it come up on the bridge or does it? I'm trying to remember stuff that happens in this game. Oh, it doesn't. Nothing happens. Okay, gotcha. Why not? Oh, such an idiot. I think I have the mushroom. I think. Yeah, I have the mushroom. I already have it. Oh, I think I remember what happens here. I think I remember. I'm just an idiot. Oh my gosh. Stop it. Alright, this is the reason why you play the prince. I didn't even do it right. I'm so stupid. There we go. Okay, yeah. I remember now. God. Stop it. Oh, thank God. Yes. I think one of the... Can I do this? I don't think I'm gonna do this right. I remember this much. Oh, wow. Okay. Never mind. She doesn't do this. She doesn't do this thing. Watch. I fucked it up so bad. I know. I had a feeling I was gonna do that. I just have to do this the hard way. Unless it respawns. Let me check if it respawns. I should really check if it respawns. Yes, it respawns. Okay, good. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe that's a bug with the capture card? Oof. Perfect. Okay, there we go. No. Boom. Goodbye. Shy guy. Yeah, it's a bug with the capture card. It's not doing at the amount of frames it should be doing, I think that's like, it has something to do with that. Yes, that's the boss music. Oh, I'm so dumb. With that one. Oh, good that. Nope. Does this work? Okay. Damn it. I think this is the key. Yeah, this is the key. I don't want to take it yet. I don't want to take it yet. I don't want to take it yet. The idea of like picking someone up and throwing them over a cliff is absolutely hilarious to me. These respawn. Why am I so stupid? Yo. I'm sure I'm gonna fuck that up again. I am not interested in reliving relearning all the little muscle memory that I've lost over the years. Right, that's just something I'm interested in right now. Yeah. That is not. They're not gonna ask me in a job interview. Oh, how well can you reenact like every single movement that you need to do, like right then and there in Super Mario Brothers 2. Like that's not gonna be that's not gonna be on the test. That's not gonna be an interview question, right? Let's get real about this. I need to pick that up. Oh, whoa. Shy guys shooting bullets out of their mouths. Mario. Nintendo really knows how to think of their enemies. Wait. No, come on. No. Lame. Am I small enough? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. Gotcha. I believe I'm not dead yet. Well, I soon will be, that's for sure. Wait, that guy was chasing me. Tulips for everybody. There are tulips. It's supposed to be tulips. Rendered weird. I did only think of one more in the dream world. Oh, really? Cool. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, I could do better. Come on. Oh, why am I so stupid? If I remember correctly, the amount of cherries that you collect directly determine whether like items like the Starman, like that's coming up right now, for example, are gonna show up. Oh shoot. I remember when I was a kid directly testing that back in the day. Tulips. There we go. Tulips for everybody. There we go. Really? Ow. There you go. Can I bring it back? No, I can't? Okay. Yeah, because I just remembered something about this level. Is he gonna fall? Oh wow, I really am doing this the hard way, aren't I? Darn it. Yeah, I am. I was kind of hoping that when I actually beat this game, I was going to do it the easy way. But you actually need to go through doing it the hard way before you find out what the easy way was. Yeah, coming to that small realization. Well, it's fine, you know. This game's fun after all. Okay. Darn it. Are we doing this right? Yeah, I am. I'm fine. They're just two paths. That platforming. Oh, shh. Yes, okay. Okay. I bet you the way out is at the bottom. Yeah. But I'm already in trouble. I'm already in trouble? Oh no, please don't. Woo! Stop it. God damn it. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, really. It's fine. Run. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll take one life. That's fine. Okay, we're good. We outran the mother fudger. I'm okay with this. Continue? Yeah, continue. Wait, for real? Yeah, okay. Damn, that's rough. All the way back to World 1? Damn, what the fuck? It's been a while since I played this game. I probably knew that back then, but I forgot it now. Yeah, man. Damn, I had it rough back then. Oh, interesting fact about this game. I'm pretty sure that it's probably been shared across the internet by now, but I'm going to, I guess, repeat it for the sake of tradition. There's no tradition. I don't even know what the fuck that tradition is. What would you call that tradition? Anyways, this is not how Mario 2 plays in Japan. Mario 2 is something else completely in Japan. I might be wrong about this, but my understanding is that Super Mario Bros. 2 is actually called Super Mario The Lost Levels in America? I think that's what it is. From my understanding, I could be wrong about that, but that's how I remember it. So that little fact. So I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some person out there to correct me on that, but I'm just stating what I remember. That's something I found out while I was growing up, I think. Yeah, that was passed along to me. So yeah. I like this origin better. I like calling this Super Mario 2 better than calling the Lost Levels Super Mario Brothers 2, because this is definitely, it's different enough and distinct enough that I'm like, yeah, I can see this as a sequel. And that's actually is how I saw it back then too, when I was young and I beat this game. Should I go this way? Should I? I'm not even sure. Let's just do it, just for like shits and giggles, right? Just to have an exploration and level design from the 90s. Hold on, nope, I did not. That's, I've impressed myself. Am I? Hold on a minute. There's something I forgot to do. I'm pretty sure I forgot to do. I forgot to do that. I should have done that already. Perfect. I'm glad I did. Okay. Cool. I need to change the title on the damn video. And the category. Because I'm not chatting anymore. I am playing Super Mario Brothers 2. American. This is such a trippy dream. Where you go to the next level by a bird, giant bird eating you. Oh my god, stop it. I've actually beaten this game with all three characters. God dang it. Can you go? I'm gonna die, aren't I? No. Just not the way I thought it would. Sucks to be you. Oopsie. This game is woke because you play a princess and you beat up guys. Therefore, it's woke. I could do this all day. It's such a good running joke because it's so pathetic. Such a pathetic way of thinking. Oh god, I need to unlock the door already. That's what I need to freaking do. You know, I don't need to use all those bombs. Stop it. Stop shooting me. That's okay. It's fine. Really. I'll show you why. God damn it. When I was... It's still there. Go through the hole, stupid! No! Stop it! Oh my gosh. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is wild and completely believable. That I would fuck it up that bad. Can I go through this? No? Okay. Then we won't. Boom. Okay. God darn it. Okay, we're just gonna... Yeah, exactly. You have no idea how long it took me to figure out that I just needed to jump that. Or the way I needed to jump that. It was so dumb. Yeah, man, I'm stupid. That's why I got shot in the face with an egg. Normally, if you get shot in the face with an egg, you just get egg on your face. But no. Not in this game. Mario has to read his fucking dreams. This is the dreams of an Italian plumber. Make me not want to take up being an Italian plumber. Good thing I'm not Italian nor a plumber. Oh, perfect. I think they respawn though. Yeah, exactly. They respawn. That's the problem. That's a real problem. But I think if I do this. Yes! That's what I was looking for. What worlds? Thank to remember how I do that. Again, I need to repeat that. Can't believe I remember that after all these years. Oh my god, that's so dumb. It's not that I'm dumb, it's just that the developers purposefully made the floor slippery as an obstacle. It's an additional obstacle. The developer was like, well, you're having it really easy, not having slippery floor, so let's just make the floor slippery just to give you a challenge. Oh god. What's a mushroom? Come outside, we won't jump you. That's what that felt like. Pretty sure if I just so dumb. So dumb. Oh my gosh, just fall through the hole. Thank you. I forget that they respawn. Yeah, they all respawn anyways. So killing them like this is pointless. Kind of, sort of. Maybe just a little. Not too much though, because I really need to. I need to get down there without dying. You know, I would like that to die. That'd be a nice convenience. There it is. God. Frozen tulips. Tulips. Itty bitty tiny tulips. With tulips that aren't mature. This game is full of tulips. I think that's what they are. I think that's what they. Oh, these are carrots. What are carrots doing in the middle of a frozen wasteland? A tundra? A frozen tundra? I would say. and with rocket ships. Oh shit. You have crazy dreams, bro. This is the boss, right? Oh, not yet? No. I always felt like those were cameras that they're riding that shit out like flame. But I never did verify that. Wow, that doesn't count. That should totally count. No biggie. It is what it is. If I don't, like, play it this way, we're gonna be here forever. God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Motherfucker. god. Bro, what? Yeah, no. Go away. You're gonna go all the way back to level 1, and then we're gonna like, no, do that. Better chill with that nonsense. God damn it. I was supposed to crouch. I did, but it was too late. You know, that's just how it be sometimes. Gonna be, well, this is gonna be a bed. This is gonna be a bed, isn't it? It's gonna be a whole thing. Oh lord. Oh god, bro, what? These motherfuckers, when they talk about how games, you know, they used to be hard. We should go back to games being hard again, just like this. Except like, you would die and then you would use all continues and you would die and you would start from like the first levels and there was no saves. And then, yeah, I don't want to go back to that. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Oh my god, stop. Motherfuckers who are arguing games aren't hard enough. This is what they want to come back to. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I just realized something while on the planets. Oh my gosh. There's a lot of things I can do. Not related to the game. I've just been, there's a lot on my mind. Get on the beanstalk, princess. Motherfucker. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I made it. Oh my god. Oh, I remember this place. Yeah, the whales. This was really cool. I might actually get my size back. No? Gotta be here somewhere. So dumb. Wow, I forgot that kills you. Isn't that crazy that water spouting from a whale kills you? If you like approach it from the side, but not from like from the top of it. Isn't that absolutely crazy? There's a much easier way to go about doing this. I'm just dumb. Oh my gosh. I should put that down as a new redeem. Oh my god, that sound. Just keep it simple. I always do that and I never get around to doing it. Because I always forget to do it. Here, this is what I'll do. Does that still work? It should. There you go. Let's see if that works. I might have done it late, but whatever. Might be too late, but I'll try it anyways. There you go. Another way I can use my clips. I'm so stupid. Get good, they say. Is it on the whale? Not on the whale? There's a much better way. I'm being dumb. Brilliant. Brilliant, Roger. This really implies that the people in the game can't swim. I just realized that. And that might have been a common occurrence back in the day, that there were lots of people who were alive who just didn't know how to swim. Everybody talks about the literacy rate, which is really important, by the way. But nobody talks about the can you swim rate. That's really important, because if you're going into the water, well, in some places it probably isn't, especially if you're going to live there all your life and you're not surrounded by water. But in other places, that should be really high. You know, where you're like surrounded by water, or you live on an island. Or if you want to get away from Jeffrey Epstein. Hold on, before we grab that, I'm probably gonna lose it, but before we grab that, so there's nothing. So why do you exist? I have a feeling why it exists. Yeah, I have a feeling I know why this exists. I need to look up something, now that I think about it. What happens if I go this way? Oh, it's right on the tail. That's convenient. Could have just done that the whole freaking time. Such a moron. I'm so fucking stupid. Fed the blue sky user before he blocked me. Why am I so dumb? Should I? Shouldn't I? I should. It was my intention after all. I mean, I could pick up more coins, but the whales be killing me. These be killer whales. Get it? Because I'm keep dying to them or near them. Not because of them, but they're not. Actually, they are kind of explicitly killing me, aren't they? Not really. Not like these shy guys are. They aren't going out of their way to kill me. I just keep making kill mistakes. Oh, I see. Since it can kill me, it can't lift me up. I see. I actually understand the game's logic now. That's crazy. Why would you... It blocks anything that kills me. It has the potential to kill me. It's interesting how that's coded. So if you do this, and if you do this, and if you do this... Why do I remember that? Why do I remember that? That's crazy. I spent too many hours in this game back in the day. What? I forgot that doesn't work inside those things. That's crazy. Aren't video games crazy? The reason why I'm doing it this way, or playing the game this way, is because this is how I used to want to play this game after I beat it. Like, I kept playing this game after I beat it, like, all the time. Which is also another reason why I don't understand the mindset that people have today when it comes to, like, not wanting to replay something that you like, or playing something only once and then beating it only, like, the first time you play it. I don't understand that mentality, you know? Stopping and, like, I am so dumb. Stopping and, like, giving up on a game only to, like, reapproach it, like, another time is a thing that I'm pretty sure, like, young people, probably don't, understand, which is fine. Like, I don't want to bring back the days when, like, if you died at the last level right before you were born to beat the game, then you have to start all over again. Like, I'm not trying to bring that back. Like what we have now is a massive improvement, but, like, I don't understand the need to, like, not want to, like, go back to a game that you already beat. Okay. And, like, beat it again instead of just buying another game. You know, maybe because there's what you find on the market. Maybe it's just not. What am I trying to say? Leaves you wanting. That's the words. I found the words that I was trying to describe. You know? Other type of games on the market might be good, but it just not meant. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Other games might not. You might find a lot of not to your liking, but other people, it just may not be for you. That's the best way to put it. And then you know, there are games that genuinely do suck. So why waste your money on games that genuinely do suck and just replay a game that you love? You know, why not just do that instead of forcing yourself to play something that beat something that you don't even like. That's the part I don't understand. Like, what happened with Elden, like, with a lot of Souls-like games. Some people, lots of people, probably actually really enjoyed those games for their challenge. Don't get me wrong. I just find that the statistic that I always find with those games, where, like, half of the people who buy the games don't even beat them really odd. That's a really odd statistic. You know, I have a feeling that there are lots of people who really do enjoy those games that, you know, that genuinely want to beat them and just going to come back to them. But I also think there's going to be a crowd of people who bought those games and don't actually like them and regret their purchase, but just want to also see like how we got to the end, which is reason why like for example, it would have been great if and I think it was actually, now that I think about it, that like before you actually bought Dark Souls, right, or before you actually went out of your way and buy the game, that you played a demo of it just to see if it's something that you would even like, right? Instead of working over what now it's gonna be $80 because of GTA 6. Thanks GTA 6 for fucking nothing. You know, why? I also want to see if the type of person, another statistic I want to see is, that was stupid, is if the people who play GTA 6 are the type of people who only play GTA 6. I also want to see that, because if that's the type of person that they are, then I kind of can understand why they'll commit so much money into that game. But until then, oh, I remember this part. Oh, I remember this part. Oh, I have to search for it. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in my ass. Let's see how this shell works. Okay, so the shell doesn't bounce from wall to wall. Those little fuckers respawn. Right. Okay. I remember now. I remember everything about this. Yes, including the fact that they follow you through the sand that you dig. Really interesting mechanics in this game. Really. Never repeated, I don't think, in any other game before, that came before or after it. In a 2D environment. Oh, I'm dumb, but I just got one up, so it's not that dumb. But I should probably reclaim that one up. You. Nope. Yeah, that's what I thought. Makes it better. I forgot that's how that anything works. Yep. That's what I thought. So glad I did that. So glad. Hi guys. Really? Okay, we're good. I should have known that. This is dumb. Like I said. Dang. Oh boy. Better be careful here. And I died. So the goal here is to find the jar that has the thing that I'm looking for. What am I looking for? Good question. I'm pretty sure I'm looking for something though. Something I just don't remember what it is. I'm pretty sure it's buried under those neat pieces of sand that you keep seeing. I think it's hilarious that you guys are now like spawning up from the thing that I unsealed. That's absolutely funny. That's absolutely funny, Nintendo. I need to move up that safe spot. I am so dumb. I'm gonna die. Told you. I don't think I can fly over all of those things like that. Or maybe I can. I don't remember. Oh my god. No. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. How much I do remember? Oh, really? No. Lovely. Yeah, no. I did this right. That's what I was waiting for. That's what I needed. Oh, no. hit. Oh. Damn it. Wait, I can't. Oh yeah, I can't pause while I'm in here. Which is weird for game mechanics. I can't parse while I'm in those jars. I've never understood why that was the case. It really does seem like it's a limitation of the system back in the day that you couldn't pause while you're in these areas. Oh, I hate it. That's what I wanted. Let me just walk forward. Yeah, exactly. You need a key. That's what I thought. And the key is in one of these jars. Which one was a little bit more obvious. I could possibly look up the jar on the internet and see which jar it is, but no, we're just gonna raw dog it. We're gonna raw dog this shit. Oh, I hate the fact that it doesn't bounce. No. Damn it. The fourth one. It isn't the fifth one. Oh, it's this one. Okay. Found it. Why do you ask? Because the man who's gonna chase me while after I take the key is here. The mystery guardian of the key is there. Wow. Close. Oh, this guy. Yeah. The eggs don't come out of him, the flames do. Oh my god. Really? I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't, like, die first. Oh, really? Yeah. Really? Okay. No biggie. I'll be fine. I remember this. I'm down. I'm dumb, don't you know? Don't you know I'm really fucking stupid? The big dodo. Big doo-doo brand. I pick my burgers all the time. I'm a big fucking stupid boy. Oh my gosh. Why am I so fucking... Oh gosh, I forgot. I need to do that. Right. We'll be okay. So dumb. Oh! I used to do that so well without me having to worry about messing it up. And now I do it all the time. Dear Lord, aren't I glad that the old we found better ways of doing things through innovation and technology. Hallelujah. Lord glory, hallelujah. Oh my gosh, just send the flames of my paint, why don't you? That's exactly what's happening in that picture. Stupid. Why are you so fucking stupid? Dummy two shoes. Bro, what? Oh my god. You're so fucking pathetic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how humiliation kings were born. I'm just kidding. Why are you so fucking stupid, bro? Why did you throw the concoction into there opens magical doors into the vast abyss of nothingness? Why did you do that? Hey. We're okay. Are they okay with me riding on their heads? Like, why don't you just, like, shoo me off? That doesn't make any sense. I'm just riding their freaking heads like it's nothing. It's not like I'm, like, extraordinarily tiny to them or anything like that. I'm just riding their stupid heads. Lovely. It doesn't that annoy you that I'm just riding on your head and like my body is like 3 times its freaking size? How are you managing that, bro? Your neck must have amazing muscles. To handle the entire goddamn princess on your itty bitty teeny little freaking head. Mr. Condor, that's flying me to my destination like you're an airliner. Not really. I mean, I'm still outside. At least an airliner has air conditioning to a certain extent, right? Well, would you call it air conditioning, or would you call it the thing that regulates the air inside the yeah, I guess you would call it air conditioning, but it's not exactly it regulates the cabin pressure. It's like one and the same, I think. I'm not sure about that. Don't quote me on that. Gosh, stop. Come on. We gotta get you out of here. Alright, let's quit it. Quit the shit. Get out of here. Nope. Where are we going? Stop. Thank you. Why did there have to be a concoction that opens the gateway to the alternate dimension that gives you mushrooms? That doesn't make any sense to me. But maybe it's not meant to make sense. Yeah, it's not meant to make sense, now that I think about it. It used to be a question I used to ask myself when I was younger, but now that I think about it, no. No, it doesn't need to make sense. That's stupid. Why does it need to make sense? Why do you need it to make sense? Oh, I hated these things. I remember. I hated them. You gotta follow me. Wow, really? I gotcha. I forgot how this goes. No! Why are we like this? Should we? Shouldn't we? I'm wrong. Oh my gosh. Okay. Are these bombs or are these tools? They're bombs. Oh no. It's either old Peach or Daisy. I think it's Peach. Welcome back to the stream. How's it going, Wayne? I think it's Peach. Because she's pink, and I think Daisy is yellow. If I remember that correctly. I just realized that like the chat is gonna be over here, and that's just gonna get in the way of. There we go. Playing Power Wars on the French server. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's cool. I heard that game's fun. Pokemon with guns and all that stuff. Yeah, I just, I was never much of a... I mean, I never... What am I trying to say? I never got into, like... I think I only played, like, they released 1.0 today. I thought they released it, like, a couple of days ago or something like that. Or, like, a day ago. But yeah, no, I heard that they released 1.0 again recently. I just I've never been much of a Pokemon fan because I just never kept up with the releases. You know, they have so many like versions and so many different versions, and it's an ongoing series that doesn't seem to end. It just sounds like a money sink to me. So, and they grow their roster of monsters that you can collect with no end in sight. So I just never picked it up, you know. But I hear it's all the rage. It's one of the better RPGs that you could play. That is not the competitive RPGs that you can play. It's, although esoteric in a lot of sense. It's actually esoteric, but it almost killed me. That's not League of Legends. Right. Now that I think about it, League of Legends is cheaper, but more toxic. I'll probably pick. I'll probably pick Pokemon over League of Legends any day though. Any day of the week. That's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. I just want to make. I just thought of the comparison, and I thought to myself, why would I play one over the other? And then I came to the realization that, oh yeah, Pokemon isn't. You do not have to participate in the cesspool when you play Pokemon. It is entirely optional. You do not have to indulge in the sludge that is the social conversation that goes on over there in that game. So the trade-off is worth it. But how are you doing, Wayne? How's it going tonight? as I'm analyzing my choices against the options that are available. Oh, no. No, wait. God damn. I just know how Nintendo is nowadays being such greedy cunts. Yeah, but they've always kind of been greedy, right? haven't they? That's not nothing new. It's just more noticeable, I think. Although, I came across today. I didn't know about this before, but I'm not sure how true this is. But I was looking through my Instagram today, and apparently, like, there are all sorts of deals on Temu on really cheap Nintendo games. But I don't know how that's happening. But yes, they're usually greedy. They don't lower their prices, and they do create a good quality of games. But you know, I could definitely get more bang for my buck if I just buy a Steam Deck and go on Steam and just purchase my games. You know what I'm saying? I get all the value and then it agreed. God damn. Yeah, that's how the game industry was going on. I wish you were here earlier. I was watching a couple of videos on the various layoffs that's happening on Xbox. Jason Schaefer is a journalist at Bloomberg that covers gaming news, and he does a decent. His articles are probably written done like his commentary on the game industry, but he does so dumb. He does well balanced takes on the news that's been happening on the gaming industry from a business perspective, you know, but still like level-headed, you know. Yeah, so yeah. I don't know. I just think that another perspective about that is I just don't think that I think another reason why Nintendo gets away with what it gets away with is because I don't think that they are being I think they think they don't think they're being challenged, and I think the numbers that they have support it. Although it's hilarious, it's absolutely hilarious how behind they are when it comes to certain things. How people will need to pay like full price for a camera for the Switch when if I just get a computer. One of the reasons that they live in Japan, and Japan sounds like kind of doo-doo stinky. You think so? It doesn't explain their margins. I mean, isn't Steam available in Japan too, right? And you could argue that there are more games available over there, right? Like, I know for as long as I can remember, for example, and you know, this is not an endorsement of those type of games or anything like that, but Dead or Alive Venus Vacation is a game for adults that's available in Japan that's not available in the United States. Well, I should say they don't enforce their laws. Oh, what does that enable though exactly? Like, what can you point to that enables? That makes sense. Can you point to anything specific that enables? Unless you're saying things like unless you're saying that like it allows Nintendo to go like to hold the monopoly, but I don't think that's the case, right? I mean, you can get an Xbox in Japan, and you can get a well, for one, it's illegal for companies to keep an employee from leaving their job, but they still do it, like calling their new jobs. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, but it doesn't. Okay, that's fair, and that's something that's something that sounds like it clearly could be like some sort of labor violation. But I don't know. I don't know the labor laws that well. But it still doesn't explain why like they still keep making the profits that they do. You know, or how they set their prices like they never go down, or how like nobody ever thinks twice about like well I do, but not to a larger degree, if that makes sense. I don't understand how Nintendo doesn't hemorrhage followers. Like, they have a dedicated fan base that think they can do no freaking wrong for some reason. It's the stupidest, weirdest thing I've ever heard. But I don't say that to insult like whatever they see in Nintendo. They must see something in Nintendo in order to stay with them. It might be nostalgia. It could be nostalgia. You know, the fact that like they've been making games for so long and like and they just don't want to like get rid of that. I forget how to get on there. There's a way to get on those clouds. I just don't remember what it is. Yeah, so, you know, that doesn't explain it, I think. I would like to know. It would be nice. Like, okay, so in comparison, okay, let's talk about something else that makes perfect sense, like from a different perspective, right? Apple, right? Apple, you know, they have a dedicated fan base, and people will tell you that like that the reason why they stick with Apple is because everything just kind of works, and so they deal with the high prices, and everything with Apple is related to like high quality, right? High quality products. Also, even though it's not illegal, the lawsuit from Powell is fucking dumb. Like trying to patent throwing a capture device on creatures. That I agree with. That was like I thought Nintendo had something with there, and then I thought about it, and I was like, no, there's something wrong with like another company creating a product that competes with something that you made. Why are you yeah, but the fans are dumb as too. Whether or not they're dumb, I don't think really plays a factor, because you can have the dumbest fans, but like if you give them the very thing, if you give them something that okay, so the reason why, in comparison, right, again, if you have like okay, so for example, give me a second, jeez, I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with this guy. He's actually getting on my nerves. I know why, but I should probably. Okay, so people bitch about 2K right now, right? But the reason why people like 2K as a company that makes sports games is because 2K was a reasonable competitor to EA, which also used to make basketball games. Like EA used to make basketball games by themselves, and then 2K started making basketball games that provided something different and good enough that like people could appreciate and like become like a when was the last time like EA made a basketball game? I think about it. The last basketball game that EA made. Let me Google that. that wasn't like a the last basketball game that EA made that was like that wasn't like NBA Street or something like that was NBA Live 2019. They stopped because 2K was seen as a superior competitor. Like they got out that game, right? So whether or not they have dumb fans or gun isn't a factor. It's whether or not what the fans are looking for that you bring it out better. Like you bring a better product. That's why the Power lawsuit is so stupid, because it's like, what do you have against competitors? You know what I'm saying? Like, and games like that where it sounds like you didn't want competitors, and games like that, trying to patent something like that had already been done before, and you're just trying to like isolate that niche, if that makes sense. Monster capturing. And so yeah, Nintendo deserved to lose that lawsuit because it was stupid. And you deserve competition. And there should be more games that do that to Nintendo, because in order to shake up their fan base, because as you said, they're greedy little punks. Maybe somebody should for example, maybe somebody should put a target on their Zelda franchise. Because I played Breath of the Wild, it was okay. I did not get the normal feeling. I could have. I mean, a lot of people were like, you know, Breath of the Wild was fantastic or great. I could have sat that one out. I could have been fine. It wasn't like, you know, an innovative experience. No one's following in the footsteps of Zelda after Zelda has been gone and done with, right? It just seemed like Zelda, but with better graphics and it's bigger. That's it. That's all it was. You know? And so somebody could have easily, if they had the mind and they were patient enough, and they knew what they were doing, make a Zelda competitor easy. And find a way to market their game to people who play Zelda games and be like, here is Zelda but better, and then they'll be like, ooh, and then Nintendo would lose that market share. That's how you do it. That's just how you do it. It's been done before. It can be done again. You know, just do something different and fun enough to for people to notice. And god damn it, those fucking eggs. Why can't you just have egg on my face? Why can't it just kill me? You got Nintendo running for the hills. And as you can see from the recent lawsuit that they lost, Nintendo can't do shit, because that's what you're supposed to do. If Nintendo was truly innovating there, instead of just pumping out new product day in, day out, it wouldn't be an issue. But apparently it was an issue because they had to levy a lawsuit. All they did was make Pokemon, but they gave the motherfucker guns. They probably did more. I'm not actually playing the game, but if that's all they had to do, they didn't have much. I'm just saying, you know? Just give him a gun. Okay. But they added slavery. I don't think the players see it that way. I don't think the players see it that way. I don't think the players see it that way at all. Well, you make it seem like it. I don't think they say it that way. You don't need to like. You don't need to. There's no reason to. There's no. What I'm trying to say. There's no reason to. You can make the pals take it easy, work normally, and make them work until they go insane. Oh, I didn't know that. I guess I need to sit down and actually see the gameplay in order to see it, but otherwise, I need to make my own judgments about that. Oh wait, is this the final boss? Am I already here? Oh no. I'm stupid. This is not the final boss. I remember this now. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe how far I came. That's kind of crazy. Oh shiitake. Still, the moralization of it is one thing. Whether that you made something that was interesting enough is another thing. Because now that you said that, another aspect of it is that, you know, the people who used to play these games used to be kids and now they're adults, and so they can add that type of nuance to the game, and as adults they can that could be an aspect that they could find interesting. You can choose not to make them go insane if it bothers you so much, right? Or you could choose to make a game that's Power World but without the slavery mechanics, and people will play it. People will avoid the game. People will play your game over Power World just because they don't want to deal with slavery. You can also do that, and that might be considered a smart move too. It's not, you know, it's something that's in the realm of possibility that you can do. I don't think about it. Adding guns to a game. They'll add guns to the game, and then they would add slavery to the game because they think it's funny and edgy. But still, the point still stands. Nintendo is greedy and dumb because they thought they were untouchable. That's my whole point. It may be by questionable individuals, but the point still stands. In fact, the fact that it was done by questionable individuals makes it even worse. If they are in fact questionable individuals, right? You know, it makes the point even more salient, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I don't know. Yeah, no. I think it makes sense. Trust me. It's like, isn't Game Freak the guys that make the game too? Not directly Nintendo, but like a partner. I just work here. Yeah, Game Freak is a guy that like that makes the games, and so motherfucker. Game Freak are the guys that make the games. Yeah, they work with Nintendo. Yeah, exactly. So, they're like partnered with them. They're like buddy-buddy. They're like sleeping together. One asks for fellatio, the other one says yes, please, thank you. They're not the same person. Then they're kind of adjoined at the hip, as they say. So yeah, I gave people quiet with Power World. It is what it is. I mean, they have Big Daddy Nintendo to go after them. They don't need to do Game Freak doesn't need to do it. That's what I mean. Like, Game Freak doesn't do anything. Game Freak is probably crying in a corner saying, they took my shit. Nintendo, go get them. And then Daddy Mario's probably like, yes, sir. Be right back, Daisy. And send the lawyers after them. That's all that is. But yeah, like, time, patience, you can make another Power World. It doesn't have to be with guns. It doesn't have to be with slavery. And you can punish Nintendo for not innovating on their stupid product. Nintendo / Game Freak innovating on one of their golden gooses for how many years? This game series has been around since I was a child in high school, and all you're doing is like adding more monsters. You're not doing anything else. You're not making them fly. You're not making them like do anything else, anything interesting, anything northward that makes people say Game of the Year. When was the last time you heard of a Nintendo game ever winning Game of the Year? When was the last time you heard that? You never heard the Nintendo game winning game. Mario winning Game of the Year. And everybody loves the shit out of Mario. Remember everybody used to make a big of a deal about how much people who would win in a fight, Mario or Sonic? Remember that great school argument? Everybody loves Mario and Sonic. What are we talking about here? Only naming anything different is that, yeah, exactly. And isn't that just like a spin-off? Correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be, which is they only made it because of Power World. Yeah, exactly. You know? So Power World, so correct me if I'm wrong, Power World forced them to innovate. They couldn't do that shit on their own, even though they have all the resources to do so. That's my point. Questionable individuals came along and said, I can make a product better. And they did. The merit, you can question the moral of what they did, the morality of what they did. Only I can think of those unique was Pokemon Snap. Yeah, but how long ago was Pokemon Snap? How long ago was that? Like how long ago? That came out again. That came out in grade school. What have they done since? You know? Yeah, exactly. Like Valve is a company, right? They made Half-Life 1 and 2. Yeah, 25 plus years. Valve is a company. They made Half-Life 1 and 2, and then they sat on their ass, and then they made Portal. You know, and then they sat on their ass again, and then they made VR headsets, and then they became a huge publishing company, and they became a hardware manufacturer while they're at it. They're still pursuing their hardware ambitions. What have you been doing, Nintendo? What have you been doing, Nintendo? What the fuck? You know? No, they deserve to get. They deserve to receive competition. And then the people who play Nintendo games, all they do, a lot of them. I have a feeling. I hate to say it, but I have a feeling a lot of these people who play Nintendo games. Yeah, I have a feeling a lot of people who've been playing Nintendo. I wouldn't be that harsh, but I have a feeling a lot of people who a lot of people that play Nintendo games only play Nintendo games. So they played other things, that they would move on to other things. But they don't. And they have a hardcore fan base. They don't. They just play Nintendo games. They don't know any better. So, but that's not the same thing as them being dumb. You know what I'm saying? They just don't think that. They don't prioritize. They don't think in gaming as much as other people do. Remember, there are people across the entire industry that do the same thing. There are people across the industry, right, that only play shooting games, and then they bitch and complain, oh, they don't make good games anymore. There are people that only play sports games, and they go, oh, I got my 3DS and 64 and GameCube, and that's all I got that's Nintendo. Yeah. But like, because you've been following them, right? But there are people. But back to the point I'm making. There are people that only play Nintendo games, right? There are people that only play Call of Duty games or shooters. There are people who only play sports games, and then the 2 out of 3 of them go, why aren't they making any more games? At least with Nintendo, you get a variety of games, so they're not going to complain as much. But then those Nintendo people don't know what else is out there and possible, and what they're missing out on. You know what I'm saying? So what are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? And so that's why Nintendo maintains its hardcore fan base and doesn't innovate or try to keep up, because people just don't know it's like, I've made it. I used to be a Call of Duty fanboy. That's fine, I'm not gonna yuck anybody's young, but like, it's like playing only Nintendo games, or playing only, this is old school analogy that I have used before on this channel, but playing only Nintendo games, or playing only shooter games, or playing only platformers, or playing only sports games is the equivalent of only having missionary during sex. Like, that is the only position that you do. You don't do anything else. You don't enjoy anything else. You don't try out different things. You don't experiment. You just like missionary, and you're like, because that's the way to fucking do it. And that's fine. I'm not going to yuck your yum. The reason why I make that analogy is because, it's just a pattern that humans, I do every once in a while. Yeah, sure. I'm sure you do. And that's fine. Again, not going to yuck your young. But like, and this is a behavior that people have been doing since time immemorial, right? Some people just do missionary, and that's all there is to it. And if you do anything but missionary, you're a giant pervert. And why are you doing other things? Some people used to think that's way. Why are you doing other things? That's weird, bro. You're just a giant, massive degenerate pervert, and you should only do missionary because missionary is the way. That's fine. It's okay. I don't think Nintendo people actually think like this when it comes to other games, but like, it's still, you're still following the same. You're making the same mistake. That's all I'm saying. You're just making the same mistake. You're not trying anything else. Try something else. Try other things. Try something different. You know what I'm saying? There has to be a reason why people like all of these other things. Yeah, sure. You can argue that other gaming community. You could argue. Okay, here's a perfect good thing that you could say. You could say, when it comes to other types of games in the medium, I don't want to play online games because they're way too toxic. They weren't always toxic, but they are toxic now. They're fools. Okay, fair, fine. You don't want to get into that. Fine, but that still doesn't limit the amount of the range of games that you could still be trying out. That's still not an excuse, right? You would think that, like, somebody, I heard a creator the other day, way bigger than I am, make this analogy of if you buy a PC game, if you buy a PC and you play games on your TV, it's like signing up to Costco, And because, yeah, sure, having a black card at Costco, yeah, I get it, lol, right now, and getting cold to start. Yeah, exactly. You don't want that stress on your mental health. Fine by me. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. But that still doesn't stop you from playing Slay the Spire. Why aren't you playing? What's your excuse? Right? Right? What's your excuse? And it's cheaper. It's cheaper than any Nintendo game that's out there. What's your excuse? If I've once bought a PC, people say things like, oh, when I buy a console, it's much cheaper than buying a PC, and it's just cheaper than buying a console is cheaper than buying a PC. Not me. I guess I can clip it and be like, yeah, piss off this guy. He called me the N-word. but I'm white. That's Castle the Ghost. You know, that's, I mean, people, I don't think anybody goes out of their way to like, I don't think anybody plays a game, goes out of their way to play a game because they want to be called a slur and then upload it to YouTube. That's funny. That's something funny because that's something that I specifically did recently when it came to Marvel Rivals, because again, this comes back to what I've been saying before, but like in Call of Duty lobbies, they may have been calling people slurs in Call of Duty lobbies. No, it just happens. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. In Call of Duty lobbies, they may have been calling people slurs in Call of Duty lobbies, but when I was playing online, all I had to do, okay, so what would happen is, okay, let me tell you how it would work when you were playing a PC back in the 90s to 2000, early 2010s, right? You would have a server browser. You would get a game, and it had multiplayer, and it had a server browser. Think Unreal Tournament, right? Easy example, Unreal Tournament, right? And you would have a server browser, and people would host servers, and you would go to the server, and you would sign, and you would basically enter the server, and then you would play Unreal Tournament with randos on the server. Just randos. And at any time you heard like a few weeks ago, Ukrainian commented on Steam calling me the N-word. It said, "I will dig up your mom," and asked her, "Why did she?" Yeah, but you know, you can just hear me out. Just hear me out, because I'm not saying that bigotry doesn't exist. That's not what I'm saying. Right? Or bigotry doesn't exist in games, right? But if I entered an Unreal Tournament server, right? I'm guessing he had a bad day. No, he's just a bigot. But if I entered an Unreal Tournament server, right, and I get called a slur on the Unreal Tournament server, as often you did on like a Counter-Strike server, it was more frequent in Counter-Strike than it was on Unreal Tournament. But if I was called a slur in an Unreal Tournament server, I would just report the guy, and if the guy didn't get kicked, I would just leave the server. That's all I would do. Like, there was a server admin on the server, right? And he would kick people if... Does Steam have a report feature in their forums? I have Steam, and I have I know Steam has forums, but does Steam have a report feature where you can report people for calling other people slurs? Does that exist? I never actually tried. I actually don't quite frequent the forums as much, but like, I just believe I don't go on the forums that like, yeah, like you can, if somebody calls you a slur on a server back in the day, you report them to the server admin, and the server admin bans them. That's it. But if but the slurs that be flying in Marvel Rivals, they were just flying, and there was nobody moderating that shit. That's the difference. It was a step back, and then people cried enough, and then they put something that's already been that was already happening for as long as I've been playing online on a PC, right? Where you just report somebody for like doing slurs on their server, right? Like, they implemented that, and so now when people say slurs in Marvel Rivals, if the AI that they have in place that monitors the voice chat doesn't kick in, then like somebody comes in, like hears what's being recorded in the voice chat, and then they fucking ban you from the game. That was always happening, even before hero shooters. That was always a thing, right? Personally, I don't care about slurs. I've seen shit that will make some people jump a bridge, so words don't bother me rarely. Yeah, but I do, and like, and you know, I tend to like back in the day. This is another thing that okay. So hear me out. I've always known 4chan existed. I've always known 4chan existed. I told this story to my folks recently. I've always known, like, for as long as I've had internet, because my folks are the reason why when I was a kid I had internet, I always knew 4chan was around. I always knew. It was impossible to ignore. People talk about it on the internet, that 4chan is a thing, and the disgusting shit that happens on 4chan. As a kid, I went out of my way. I know every kid is not going to do this. I would actually advise, like, parents to, like, watch over their kids and tell them that, like, and not make them go to certain websites, which, by the way, there are also parental controls that stop people from going to certain websites. And I'm pretty sure that, like, those parental controls that existed even back then blocked websites like 4chan. But even when the parental controls weren't around, I didn't go to 4chan. Right? I wasn't a normal user on 4chan. I wasn't a regular. I didn't go there. I didn't get my kicks on 4chan because I knew what was over there. Because why would I want to engage in that kind of stuff? Does that make sense? I never fucked with Reddit or 4chan. Reddit is actually Reddit in the beginning was actually not that bad. It wasn't. Even today. Yeah, like Reddit, what's happened to Reddit today is that it's become like 4chan. It's become 4chan adjacent. It's not 4chan exactly. 4chan is still worse, but it's become 4chan adjacent. You know what I mean? I forget what you're supposed to do here. That's what happened with... I forget what you're supposed to do here. That's what happened with Reddit. But I did frequent Reddit when I was... I started frequenting Reddit when I was in college. Oh, I remember now. Reddit has become much, much worse. And I think the majority of people who used to frequent Reddit back in the day, when it first was around, were professionals and college students. Because of course there were professionals and college students. It's just become, I call the phenomenon Eternal September, where, like, as more users come in, the situation gets worse. Like a September for eternal. You can Google what Eternal September means. I don't want to know. I've explained it so many times ad nauseum that I don't. It's a. Hold on, give me a second. I need to actually progress in this damn level. All I did was game online around 2002. I played MapleStory and StarCraft. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, but like I've gone to 4chan like once or twice, and once or twice was enough when I was younger. And then I was like, I'm never going to this website again because it's disgusting what's happening over there. Like, as a kid, like, I knew it was a bad place, right? And I knew that, like, if I caught that type of shit in other places, like on online servers, I need to get the GTFO, right? I need to get the fuck out, right? So, yeah, so that's what I did. You know, Reddit wasn't as bad as it is today. 4chan was always a horrible place to go. And just don't stay in places on the internet where they have seemingly questionable behaviors, you know? But back to gaming, like, Lurs now, I guess, is synonymous with gaming, with gamers, but that wasn't my experience growing up gaming, because I had said it when I got Twitter, and same when making a Discord, especially Discord. when did you get on Discord and when did you get on Twitter? When you got on Twitter, was it before Elon took over or was it after? It really does depend. It really depends, right? If you got on, okay, actually before Elon, okay, that's fine. That's right. If you got on before Elon, then that's okay. But if you got, put it like this: if you got on either of those services after the questionable behavior started hitting the news, then I can understand why you're so hesitant. But if you got on, which because the questionable stuff, I see a lot of fuck shit about Discord. I heard all the CP go down on there. Discord. I know this specifically about Discord. If you find CP on Discord, report it. Because they report that shit to the authorities, to the FBI and shit. That shit is not supposed to be around. They're supposed to enforce the law on that. That shit is not. It's directly having that shit on Discord servers. I believe is directly against its terms of service. So if you see that shit, report it. That's what keeps the servers clean. They don't. These services don't stay clean by themselves. You have to report the malicious actors, or else, yeah, it's gonna become accessible. No one cares on 4chan. That's why I don't go over there. Yeah, I just don't want on my server because I will head pat them. 3x back in the head. Yeah, no, you don't need to use you for that. I will inflict maximum punishment with my. I will hit them so hard in the head with a band helper that their skull breaks open. That's what I do to like assholes. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially if I know you're that type of asshole. But that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. The questionable behavior comes from questionable individuals that run the sites, right? Elon going, we should, all these things should be like a bastion of free speech, and then having Nazis on the platform. Don't stop using Twitter. Stop using Twitter. Yeah, back to gaming. Yeah, there's no freaking reason to like not try other things, Nintendo players. Try other fucking things. Maybe it'll be lighter on your goddamn wallet. I think Elon just said loudmouth idiot who's lucky in life. No. Elon is a rich, privileged South African bigot who got big from acquisitions. He's not a genius himself. That's how Elon got big. He was already rich, and what I'm saying, yeah, no, you can look it up. Like, he was already rich before he got here, and none of the stuff that he's known for, he made himself. This is all like well documented. This is all reported like in the news and shit. Like, he's nothing like he proclaims himself to be. He was never that. We should probably, in all honesty, be deporting him based on what I've heard. He should be deported. He should have he should, like, I have no problem saying this. He should have his assets seized, and he should be deported because he was working here while he should have been going to school. From my understanding, that's what I've heard. Don't quote me on that, but like, he was doing things. Okay, I take it back. Here's a better way of saying it. He was doing things with his visas that he had no business doing, because those were not the purpose of those visas. But everybody's like, but he's a genius and he did all that. No, like all that is null and void, and he's ruining and he's doing all this fuck all with the country. Like none of that stuff. None of that. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. He's the one that should be deported, not all the immigrants that they're deporting now who are all doing the right thing. That shit does not make any sense. It's him. I don't care how much. I don't care. I don't give a shit if he's a foreigner. He did it. He literally did it the wrong way. He literally did it the wrong way. He literally did it the wrong. He literally. Everybody's bitching and complaining that immigrants. Those people were bitching and complaining that like those people. They were bitching and complaining that those people got in the wrong way and they should get in the right way in order to. And it's like Elon did things the wrong way. Deport him. Right? Am I wrong? Him. Look into his visa. Did he do it the wrong? Did they do what is rumored to be true? Oh. No. Everything that he did was the wrong way. Get him out of here. Because he literally fucked up the country. Everything that he did. Even the baby mamas. Everything. The acquisition of Twitter, the PayPal mafia, all of it. All of it. All that shit. All of it. All of it. If it's true. If it's true. No lawyers come after me or any of that shit. If it's true, get him out of here. He did it the wrong way. Stop bitching about our immigrants and how we do things here. Stop it. Fuck you. He's the one. He's the problem. Don't give a shit. He's the problem. He's the problem. Stop bitching in my face, Elon. I don't give a shit. If it's true. If it's true. If it's true. If it's true. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. There you go. And I have no problem saying that on stream. I have no qualm saying that on stream. Because why would I? That's what happened. This is defamation lawsuit against shit. Exactly. Oh my gosh, I'm fucking up as I do this. Yeah, exactly. I said nothing wrong. I said nothing wrong. Shut the fuck up about immigrants, dude. And, oh, by the way, like people have been bitching about Elon not delivering on any of his promises either. All the products that he makes all these promises like about like what Tesla's gonna do and stuff like that. And it's like Steve Nadu like has interesting words to say about Elon himself, right? The CEO of there was once a report by I forget the name of the journalist. He's a big term journalist. The founder of OpenAI. Like he's like a known con. Like, but we're listening to these fucking people, you know? Get the fuck out of here. Get Elon out of here. Get them all out of here. Stop bitching about our immigrants. We were fine before you shut up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, a lot of the money that Elon made was through subsidies from the government. So he's big because number one, he's been getting subsidies from the government to fund all his stupid projects, and number two, what was the point I made earlier? Oh, he got it through acquisitions. He was a rich son of a bitch before he got here. He was rich before he got here. Like, you know? But yeah, that's how I feel about it. That is how I feel about it. But you know, what are you gonna do, right? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Smarter people than myself should have figured this out, but they didn't, and it doesn't make any sense. We just went along with the corruption. The country is where it is right now, you know? So, what are you gonna do about it, you know? I didn't say anything questionable that you just don't get his GIS. Yeah, his genius at conning people. Whatever, dude. I guess that's genius. So dumb. I'm over it already. I've had all those thoughts in my head for a long time. A long time. For years. For maybe, how long has this shit been happening? For a decade at least, you know? For a decade. Well, you have to get that he can con people. Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but I don't put a lot of merit in I don't call that genius, you know? I just call that criminal. I just call that criminal. I just call that criminal behavior. They're deporting the Haitians, and that's a tragedy. That's a real tragedy right there. Deporting the Haitians. Because of this shit. They didn't deserve any of this shit. You know? ICE is killing people. I know that too. The problem is that like the time to do anything about it, the time to do anything about a lot of things before they were problematic had passed. That time has passed, right? It happened. The people who thought that doing this was a good idea isn't getting any value out of it, any real value that they claim they're going to get. None of it is, they're not really bearing fruit. The economy hasn't been getting better, right? Like, why are we doing this? It doesn't really make any sense. It will collapse sooner or later. It's not about collapse, dude. It's about, I mean, I'm not looking for collapse, nor do I care for it. We're gonna bitch about, you know, not having a better quality of life, then do the things that will ensure a better quality of life. And on that list was not going after immigrants. It will collapse and all the cat girl VTubers are mine. You're so dumb. You're so dumb. You're hilarious. Yeah, sure, you can have them. You can have them. You can have all the cat girl VTubers. Yeah. That's funny. That is funny. That's funny. That's good edgy humor. That's good edgy humor right there. Yeah, Elon Musk is a dick. We should be deporting him. But that's just my opinion. Good. You know, if you would behave, then, you know, whatever, but I don't. We should be deporting him. You know, he adds nothing. What exactly of value would we get No, the Warhammer 40k is right, and the Emperor of Mankind. Let me ask you something. I know what type of value the Haitians were providing when they were here on TPS. I know what kind of value the Dreamers were providing when they were going to college here, right? I know what type of value the undocumented immigrants are here, right? Potential future, you know, contributing to the United States, making future contributions that would have benefited everybody, right? I can name those things off the top of my head. I don't think we could say the same thing about Elon Musk or any of the people that paddle around with him, right? So what value would we get if Elon was gone tomorrow? What value would we get? What value would we get? That's an honest question. You know? SpaceX, you can send billionaires to space. Okay, like the 1% of people in the population in the United States we could send to space. Versus like, not sure, one person can disappear and the world will... One person can disappear and the world will keep going. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? The value all those immigrants provided to the country, you know, helps the country move along, you know, and help add value to our economy. You know what I'm saying? I simply can't say is, you know, creating grok on Twitter, does that add any value, man? You know, did we really need grok? Did we really need grok specifically? Right, we like the idea now, we appreciate that we're all placeable, including the 1%. Yeah, like... Yeah. So, yeah, I just don't... Not really, we have Google. Yeah, like... Yeah, like, it doesn't... Something's not math isn't mathin', you know? It isn't mathin'. It isn't mathin'. It isn't mathin'. It isn't mathin'. It isn't mathing, and we're worse off for it. But people went along with it. So what are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? I don't want the teachers to be deported. I don't want any... I don't want, you know... I didn't want the Dreamers to be deported. I didn't want any of these people to be deported. You know, they contributed. Everything was great and fine. AI kind of really sucks. You know, it is a little, you know, nobody, you know, if somebody's making a good case for AI right now, they are very quiet about it. Right? Because what's being marketed out there to the public ain't it. No. And also, plenty of experts have said that the people who are pitching the shit, it ain't it. So I can go on and on about this subject. If you keep me going on and on about subject, I could probably go on about that. The problem with that is they're trying to make it do all the work, which is very bad. That's not... Yes, and there are caveats to that. Like, even if that was the only problem with that, there are caveats to that, right? Because did you? Now that I think about it, there's a video. I don't want to speak on it. I don't want to speak on it because somebody or else speaks on it better than I did. I did a stream a while back where it was a MSNBC interview with an actual expert that knew about the subject about AI, and she puts it much better than I will ever put it, right? And so, hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to see if any of these are jump zones. Okay. They probably, I don't remember them being jump zones. They weren't jump zones when I was a kid, so they're probably not jump zones when I was an adult. But yeah, there's a woman, it's on the stream somewhere. Actually, now that I think about it, let me see if I can link it. If AI is doing all the work, only humans working is the engineers. So what people do about money, get to set them up. But yeah, but like the work that they're saying, that AI can do is only in the short fucking run. I saw somebody I've seen several people do AI work, like show me the projects that they done on their own, and I'm like, dude, and I used to be a programmer, and I'm like, I didn't have the heart to tell them, like, dude, like, that's basically a side project that a programmer could do, like a college kid could do, you know. That's all you have there, you know, which probably could, give me a second, let me see if I can find it. Is it this? Did I link it? Did I ever get around to actually linking it? It's not this. Yeah, I saw somebody like show like a thing that they did with AI like in front of me, and I was just like, that's something like a college student can do, and I would know because I was once that college student. I once did that, and I'll tell you that I could sit that and just do that for you, and it would be an easy project to do for you, and like oh, here it is. I found it. There you go. There's the link to the video, to the interview. I made a stream about that a while back, and I was like, yeah, I was like, you know, that's something that college students can do. That's the stuff that you want AI to do for you. Like, you're paying AI to do that. Why don't you just pay a fucking college student to do that for you? You'll probably give them money to, like, the money that you probably that went into like doing that. You could probably give. Like, I don't know if you know, but college students are notoriously poor, and like, if you get a college student that's working on a computer science degree to do a small project for you, they could probably, they might do it, I don't know, hell, they might do it cheaper for you if all they're gonna ask for to do it for you, if all they're asking for you to do with a small project as small as the one that you're showing to me is lunch. You basically buy them lunch instead of you know paying whatever the fuck you paid Claude, and then they'll like make the project for you, and then like you won't have to worry about a thing. I never liked college too much money for small just of getting it. Yeah, nowadays. But I'm talking about like before AI, before all this stuff was a thing, that was something that was a possibility. And they're like, and this is what you want to replace workers with? This? You know? There was another creator that basically, do me a favor, get a cloud restrictor and then ask them to program GTA 6. Do it now. Just do it. Just ask them to do it. Just ask them to program GTA 6. Is that a problem for you? Can you do that? I bet you can't do that. Just go and do it. Just do it. Pay for a cloud subscription and then ask them to build you GTA 6. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. When a college student writes a small project for anybody, that's a stepping stone for them. But you're making Claude do it instead of that fucking college student. You're a fucking idiot. Sorry. You know? Can Claude maybe fix bugs for you, right? Bugs that you didn't see before, that it's pointing out to you. I'm not entirely convinced that every single thing that Claude shows you is a bug. I think it's a potential bug, and some of them might actually be actual bugs. But you still need, just goes to show you that if Claude is showing you bugs, you still need the software developer to be there to be like, oh yeah, that's a bug, we need to fix it. So you aren't replacing your workers with War Thunder's been flaky lately because they're using Gamin where you can see the logo and the camo on tanks may be doing it with their coding. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? All I know is what I would say about AI is that it's premature and it needs to be regulated yesterday because we're seeing what they're doing with a premature variation of AI. I don't want to get when it comes to AI, I'm not like, we should get rid of all AI. That's not the boat that I'm on. What I'm on is, okay, this thing is here, but we should probably regulate it because look at all the stupid shit that they're trying to sell to us and pass it off as like good shit. It's bullshit. It's AI. It's the only, I don't like the term slap because it gets thrown around too much. But like AI slap is appropriately named. It's just it's slap. I'm never gonna finish this game tonight because I've gotten to a level that is so hard that I'm having such a hard time beating it. But I haven't beaten this game for a long time, so that sounds about right. I will beat it tonight though. How long have I been streaming now that I think about it? Oh wow, it's been 4 hours. Hold on. I need to cut it short. Yeah, like, how long have we been having this AI trip for? Like, this hill that I've situated myself on. Why I've been dying on it? I have not died on it yet. I have not died on it yet because it's based on some like very basic principles that that I know to be true. So, there are good cases for AI, but you probably won't find them unless an expert actually puts it in front of you. An actual expert, an actual person that knows what the fuck they're talking about and know what they're doing, puts it in front of you and be like, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. But what they're selling to us is horseshit. Complete horseshit. It's not going to replace. I don't even think the version of AI that they have now that's slowly getting better, quote unquote. Yes, I've seen videos of AI slowly getting better. Still, it's like you still haven't sold me. I'm sorry, you still haven't sold me. Even based on that, I think if you're convinced, based on how you've seen AI come along because they've been basically feeding the model, then you basically still don't know what people are talking about when they say AI will not replace artists in the way you think they are going to. I don't know, I heard costing way too much and some companies are dropping them. As they should. Because again, the costs are becoming too much. All the bullshit that they've been pitching is bullshit. It should have been obvious before they started on their bullshit. But they're idiots trying to sell you something that they have no business of selling because they don't fucking understand it. And they're only finding out about now. The people that should be in their employ should have told them. That's another thing. The people who are in their now I'm questioning the people now that I think about it, the people who are in their employ should have known that this was a bad idea and should tell the business people that this was a bad idea. Does that make sense? Because I'm not currently a software developer right now, but they have employed software developers right now, and they should have told them, and they all went to college too. They should have told them that how they're going about. I bet they did and ignored or fired. That's what I think happened. Because the expert that I'm talking about, the one that I linked to you, she got fired, but she told them. That's the only conclusion I could come up with. It's fine if I die there, I don't care. That's the only conclusion I can come up with. because they were chasing profits instead of chasing reason, which is responsible for their profits. They what's the term? They lost the plot. They lost the plot. Completely. That's the whole point of this. It's like, yeah, AI is good, but all these motherfuckers have lost the plot. All of them. They don't even know what the plot is. They just think what they said. They just think what they saw on like movies and television shows, and they're like, yeah, that's the AI we're gonna sell people. That's what, and so that's what they thought they were getting. All this talk about an AI god and shit. That's what they thought they're trying to do, and they don't get that like they're not the people that we should be trusting on this subject. The people who have actually been doing the work are the people that we should be trusting on the subject. That's the problem with our current atmosphere right now. They've lost the plot. That's basically. That's okay. It's okay to have a. It's okay to, you know, and nobody's arguing that, like, you know, everyone, you're human. You're human, and it's okay to admit that you've done something wrong, because as everybody has done, you know, you're going to make mistakes. Fine. But you let it get this bad. That's a lapse of judgment, which you're supposed to be responsible for. If you're a leader in this space, right? The whole reason why you're in that position is because you're supposed to be you're the type of person that's supposed to be exercise good. Yeah, time to. I don't. No, I'm gonna use more reasonable language when it comes to this. But like, if you're in this space, right? If you're in this AI space and you're treating them like the way it's treating them, you're supposed to be responsible. Like, listen to the people who are experts on this type of thing, telling you like the best ways to approach the thing, and then do it that way, right? That's what it means to exercise good judgment. That's all I'm saying. Just exercise good judgment about the decisions that you're creating. Just exercise good judgment. Just exercise good judgment. There's nothing wrong. You exercise good judgment. If you exercise good judgment, you know, it's basically you're on autopilot. So why don't you do that? Just do that. Just do that. No. And so that's the reason why we're here. They're not doing that. So, yeah. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. I was gonna throw it in the gulag, but this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. What's been happening is pretty bad. I need to like save. Oh, I have been saving. Oh, okay, that was me exercising good judgment there. Saving here instead of going all the way back to the beginning of the level. That was me practicing good judgment. Now they do it. The error is a human. You can make mistakes. It's fine. But, like, you know, correct them. And while we're at it, deport Elon. Fuck him. Well, that's fine. Yeah, why not? Sure. I would like to see him lose money. That's what I would like to see him. In particular, I would like to see him lose money. I don't think he doesn't deserve to be a trillionaire. Fuck him. Get fucked. Elon Musk. I can go on all night about this, but I really need to try to see if I can. I need to lock in. I've died way too many times. I need to appropriately lock in. No, I'm happy to bring up. I'm happy to talk. You know, if I wasn't trying to talk, then I wouldn't be streaming. But I'm just saying, I think I've said all. I guess what I'm really trying to say is, I think I've said all I can say about this subject. You know, yeah, jerks running the ship. Give the wheel to somebody. Give the wheel to an adult who knows what the fuck they're talking about, knows what they're doing, and who can practice good judgment. Please, you know, it's already bad as it is. I like what you said earlier. You were like, they probably fired those people for telling them, and you know, they're probably adding no line. It's like, yeah, exactly. Actually, you got a good point. Yes, that's exactly what they did. And here's one example. And it was this black woman, this black expert. You are correct. You are correct on that, sir. You caught me. You made a good point, and you were right. Oh my god. Really? I'm glad you said that. But then it made me remember something. that specific thing that happened to that poor black woman. The poor, smart black woman. You know I'm taking you down, right? God damn it. Where Elon and all those Africanos claiming genocide while we're at it. Just fuck those guys too. If you want me to talk about politics, just get me talking about politics, and I'll talk about politics on this stream, no problem. But you have to get me talking about politics. I'm not just gonna go out of my way to do it. And sorry if I get like super serious sometimes. There's some, I don't care what you're talking about. I'm sorry if I get super serious about the subject matter. It's just that there are some things that need to be appropriately said. You know what I'm saying? There's something that just need to be said the way they should be. It should have been said a long time ago. Ah, shit, I beat him. Have to be super serious about these things. You can be super silly about them first, but make sure that everybody's on the same page. That's what I would say. Make sure we're on the same page of how you actually feel, and not just like fucking around. Then I could just be like, you know, yeah. Then I could just be like, yeah, lock Elon in Guantanamo and make him squeal. Where are the Epstein files? What are you talking about? You know what the Epstein files are, Elon, truly. I really like the fact that that the Onion took over the InfoWars. Did you hear about that? They recently had a premiere. They've had two episodes of that thing so far, and I need to watch the second one. I missed the second one. Yeah, and I saw the first one. It was pretty hilarious. It was pretty good. What's his face popping like a balloon? That's good shit right there. Fuck him too. That's good shit right there. You should follow that. You should follow that. You should follow the Onion. You should follow Real InfoWars. That is good shit right there. They put chemicals in water. That makes something to you. Understand that? Yeah. Yay, frogs! Don't you care about the gay frogs? Who am I to gay frogs? They're plumbing chemicals in the water now, turning the fucking frogs gay. That's never gonna get old. I love the songs of people made that. Oh yeah, they're absolutely, they're awesome. They're peak cinema. Those songs, all of them. You know, good shit. Good memes. How long did that one last? That meme that lasted like that. I feel like that. I'm not even sure. I'm pretty sure. Let me look at Google Trends real quick. Let me look that up. Hold on, give me a second. Google Trends. Google Trends will give me the answer to that. Google Trends. Let me just Google gay frogs. Not in the past 24 hours, over the past 5 years. Gay frogs. Gay frog. Kicked up in January 2002. It peaked in 2002. Peaked again in May 31st. Yeah, it was in July 2022. It peaked. Peaked again in June of 2023. It peaked again in November 30th, 2024, and it peaked again in February of 2026. So this trend of gay frogs, hold on, 2004 to present, past 5 years. Yeah, 2004 to present. Okay, no, let's look at it. Let's look at it again. Oh, I see. The highest it's peaked was 2018 and 2000. Hold on, can I? Let me see if I can show this on stream. Let's see if I can get this on stream. Give me a second. Instead of just spouting it out, I can just show you. There you go. So present. Am I showing the chart appropriately? Okay. So as you can see, let me make sure it's showing right. As you can see, it peaked in 2018. It peaked in 2018. It peaked, right? It was Dead in the Water 2010, but it peaked in 2018. And it peaked again in 2022. It peaked again in 2023. It peaked again in 2024, and it came back up again in 2026. Not as high after 2008, but they were still peaks. So it's been 2000. Let's say it started in 2018 and 2026. So. So 8 years, this has still been around. this idea, this absurd meme of gay frogs that's been happening around, you know? 8 years. That's a good meme. That's a good meme right there. This lasted for 8 years. The Confederacy was shorter. It's so hilarious. That little fact had lasted for less. Hold on, give me a second. I want to look up a stat. Another stat. Go on. Hold on. The Confederacy lasts only 4 years. It lasted double that. This fucking meme. Yeah, I should probably call it quits here. Maybe. Let me see where we're at. Oh wait, there's only 2 worlds? Wait, this is the last level. This is probably the last level. Yeah, because each level is actually 3 levels? Yeah, each level is 3 levels. So this is actually the last world that we're on. It's in the clouds. Yeah, it's in the clouds. Yeah, that sounds about right, actually. Oh shit. Ah! I'm stupid. Ah, damn. I'm so dumb. I didn't think about it. Is the sound playing? Yes, it is. We're playing this game this entire time, and I haven't looked at whether or not the sound is working on my stream. Crazy. We're gonna play Super Mario Brothers in 1 take. I would have said something when I'm gonna get off soon. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try to beat it before you get off. I'm gonna try. Oh no, isn't this like a labyrinth? Oh no, this is a labyrinth. Nah, that didn't happen tonight. This is a legit labyrinth. I remember now. This might be a legit labyrinth. A labyrinth in a Mario game. Howard has made me do something I haven't in a while. Just play for like 6 hours. That means you're enjoying the game. That's what you're supposed to do with games. And that's good that happened, dude. That's what's supposed to happen. That means like you like the game. Good for Power. That means they make good shit. Good. Good. Take it to Nintendo. I've never been about companies. I've never been against companies making money, particularly. But, you know, there's a right way to do it and there's a wrong way to do it. And recognizing all those little things is an interesting experience in of itself. And Nintendo not innovating, just sitting there playing with their, staying on their ass playing with their dick all day and not innovating is something that should be notable. You know, it's not the worst crime in the world, but it's notable. It's like, you know, like you don't, you know, if you don't do that after a while, if you do that long enough, it's like the same reason why I don't like 9 Fast and Furious movies. At some point, you're just taking advantage of your consumer base that don't know any better. And so some people, you know, they may just go along with that, not because they're dumb, but because, like, you know, it's a pain in the ass. It can seem like a pain in the ass to try to do things, even though it's not. It's completely enlightening experience. But, like, at first, it may seem like, you know, something that's, it may seem like work that you don't want to get into until you actually get into it and then find it like it's an enlightening experience. And that's okay. If you feel that way, that's okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to call you stupid because of that. I you know, you might be involved in some shit that, like, you just want to put more time into instead of trying out new things. But I still blame, like, the game company for not innovating and making things more interesting for you, and so therefore they should be challenged and brought to bear and pay for the consequences of their lack of enthusiasm for wanting to make a better product. vtuber make better products. Products that, that keep things interesting, that shake things up, that, you know what I'm saying? Look at the Final Fantasy series. I mean, lots of people have said many things about the Final Fantasy series, but what you cannot say that the Final Fantasy series isn't is unoriginal, which is the reason why, like, people keep coming back to it. That's certainly the reason why I keep coming back to it. You could say that they have their hidden misses. I think they're all good, but, I would respect your decision to be like, yeah, like, Final Fantasy, I would completely disagree with you on this opinion, right? But Final Fantasy 12 just ain't doing it for me. Fine, that's an opinion that you hold. Fine, that's fine, right? For whatever reason it is. But at least they're trying to keep things interesting. And they're doing it every iteration, which, by the way, is insanely hard to do. Every single time you come up with a new title, you're starting from scratch. That's crazy. Not complete scratch, but essentially from scratch. That's crazy. It's absolutely fucking insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Maybe innovate on something that you already have. You know what I'm saying? Maybe which is what most companies do. They have something already, like they have the game engine, and the game works a certain way. And they add a new component to the previous iteration that really changes things up again. Easy example is Half-Life. Half-Life, they had physics, and then when they had Half-Life 2, they had the gravity gun. And then when they made Portal, they had the portal gun, right? Just innovating, just trying something different that really shakes things up and keeps things interesting. It may be hard to do it, but just do it. You know what I'm saying? Because if you care about making good products, then that's just what you do, right? And not hide behind corporate speak that you're saying that you're making good products. It's actually doing it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, if Nintendo is being challenged on how to create games about capturing monsters and what to do with them, it's free game because you sat on your ass for how many years and thought that it was just going to be a money telling me forever. So what did you expect to happen, motherfuckers? What exactly did you expect to happen? Of course it was going to happen. Of course someone was going to come up with a better idea, even if it's for questionable individuals. Of course it was going to happen. That's your fault. That's not their fault. If you made a more interesting product based around the IP that you had, then people wouldn't be interested in Pokemon with gum. They would be more interested in this interesting thing that you had that had nothing to do with guns. But that's what they did. So there you go. I'm really gonna try to push to beat this. But I will admit, like, this is hard. Don't get me wrong, this is hard. I may not be able to do it tonight, but I'm gonna try. My darndest. Fuck. What's going on? I'm remembering that this is a labyrinth, and yeah, I don't think this is gonna happen today because this is a proper labyrinth, and if I just a proper labyrinth, then I don't think labyrinths can't be beaten a day. Proper labyrinths, not just 10 labyrinths, but proper labyrinths cannot be beaten in a day, or else it wouldn't be a proper labyrinth. Proper labyrinths takes time and energy. And thoughtfulness to consider what exactly is going on in this motherfucking labyrinth that makes it so goddamn hard. How did he get through that wall like that? What is going on? Oh, I think there's something in this room. Oof. I'm gonna try. I should have saved. Yeah. I should have saved. Wait, I could have done that the whole time? What the fuck? Hard on myself. Just go to the wall. Fucking idiots. And that is a bomb, so I'm not gonna open it. Right, I can just... Oh, I'm stupid. Can I just go through here? No, I can't? Okay. Damn, I should have saved. I had a full life. I had a full health of life. I should have saved. That was stupid of me. Let me try that out. And I know I can go through these walls. It should be easy. Save. There you go. Gosh. This labyrinth. I probably had this labyrinth memorized when I was younger, and so it was probably easier to clear when I was younger. But not now, you know? I don't have everything memorized in my head because I didn't do it like 115 times, you know? Can I reload that? I could probably avoid all that without like getting hit. Let's play it smart. But I have to keep like restarting all the way to the beginning. So dumb. That's why I have the same point. Oh my gosh. I really should stop doing this, but come on, come on, come on. There we go. I'm pretty sure if I was younger and I did this like 100. I literally probably did this 100 fucking times, and that's why like I did it easier when I was younger. I haven't played this game in a while, so I'm just rusty as hell. But I don't want the rust to get in the way of like me beating the game, right? Because what am I gonna do? Sit here for like a month relearning, getting all the muscle memory back on how to beat the game, and then beating the game? We're not doing that. No, fuck that shit. No. We're gonna beat it, and then we're gonna move on with our lives. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I am sorry, Lord. Fuck that, man. I got better things to do with my time. It's a fun game, but like, come on. I got a life to live. You know, got day and tired. Okay. Well, if I beat the game, the rest of the VOD will be on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you're interested in how the game looks after I beat it, it'll be there. So don't feel too bad. It's just I'm happy that that you're here, and I'm happy that you're able to join the stream with me. I'm not gonna spend too long trying to beat this because it is also going to hurt my average view count. But I didn't want to just play this casually too. So yeah, thanks for being here and thank you for your time and chatting up with me about how much Elon's such a fucking asshole for doing like what he does to the country and probably should be deported. Probably, maybe, if it's true. Have a good night and happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. It is Saturday. Elon is responsible for killing millions of people. He deserves worse than being deported. USAID. More people will probably die because of it, now that I think about it. Now that I think about it. Isn't 81 like gangs right now? Through no fault of their own, I might add. Through no fault of their own. Keep talking. Oh no, he's actually chasing me. He's legit chasing me. Oh no. Wow. We're gonna beat this game. We're gonna beat this game tonight. God. Oh wait, I can just... Because I'm already here, so... Oh, you're that type. I didn't realize that. Okay. Really? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No, I don't want to get hit. I'm not past that stupid asshole. Oh my gosh. Good. Got it. Okay. Alright. Which boss is this? Oh, why am I so dumb? Why am I here? Oh. Oh. Why? I didn't need to go there. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Oh my gosh. You put me on this treadmill and make me fight him. I get what you're trying to do. Damn it. gosh. It's harder than Lux because I'm not just fighting him on a treadmill. I'm fighting him on a treadmill. Why he's throwing eggs at me? Right, you fucking asshole. What are we doing? Oh, I remember this. Man, only with one life? Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, you have to actually fight it. It actually comes after you. Crazy. Oh my gosh. I don't remember it being this hard though. Probably because I have one life though. That's probably doesn't help. Gosh, I remember this. This is like really hard actually. I don't think I'm gonna beat this one. I'm saying that, but I'm still here. I think there's a way to beat him. So dumb. I didn't do this the first time. because I'm already at the boss. Put one on my head. Is there a pattern to this? I don't think about it. I have an idea. I don't really have an idea. Really? So I'm gonna do it. I think he takes like 7 hits or something like that anyways. So it's gonna be a while. very believable. I'm just stupid. Wow. The fuck? How did I do this when I was younger? I was a very patient kid when I was younger. I was very patient. Dear Lord, was I patient? Okay, I'm gonna stop here because this is. I can finish this on another stream. It's fine. Yeah, and it's late anyways. I've been going on for probably too long. Yeah, it's been 5 hours. If you like what you see, please follow, subscribe on YouTube and Twitch. This was fun and worthwhile. And yeah, why am I still in just chatting? Didn't I change? Am I literally still in just chatting? Please don't tell me I'm still in just chatting. Did I just literally change the title? Am I still in just chatting? I changed. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. Have a good night.